and I'll be helping through the moderation for the day. So I hope we'll have an exciting day after a very exciting and informative learning sessions that we had yesterday on climate change, on adaptation, intersectionality, and so forth. Today we have a packed program of experts, interesting papers that we shall be having throughout the day, and we hope that you will be paying attention and contributing and participating as you did yesterday. I hope I'll manage to keep the energy running right through the day, but this is also dependent on you. So to start us through the day, we will be having a panel today that's going to kick us off. And this panel will be talking about the role of government ministries and agencies in formulating policies on climate adaptation. And on this panel, we have a very seasoned facilitator or moderator who will help us to moderate the panel. His name is Dr. Samuel Machuka, former director from the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, National Planning and Economic Commission in Kenya. I will ask him to please come and take his seat and call his panel for us to start our day. Dr. Machuka.
Good morning. I know the problem is that today is not full house, or people on the way, or they are victims of the weather, climate change. Hopefully that we shall be able to address that challenge. As I've been correctly introduced, my name is Samson Machuka. Perhaps I had the word Simeon. It's actually Simeon and Samson are not far apart, but my name is actually specifically Samson Machuka. And as you rightly said, I was a former director of monitoring and evaluation, Kenya government for a number of years, over 35 years, of which I served as director of monitoring and evaluation for a period of 12 years. So I always say that when I hear the word monitoring and evaluation, even when I'm asleep, I wake up, because this is what I've been doing for the rest of my time. And I still do it. I teach it, I consult on it, so it's really my cup of tea. I think that today we shall have a continuation of what we started yesterday, and much more importantly, that today forms like a climax of really the subject matter. I have a group of eminent panelists. In fact, when I was invited to moderate in this session, the first impression I had was I was coming to answer questions. But I was told to change my gear and to come and ask questions. Answering and asking are not the same. I don't know perhaps whether answering is easier than asking questions, but I think asking is easier. So I stopped midway and said, okay, if he's asking, then I can ask. But you ask in a manner that you will be able to get the actual answers, to satisfy the objective of the theme of today's deliberations. So I have a group of eminent experts who will join me, but incidentally, I have confirmation from two experts who have given me their bios, and I hope that those who have not will join me, and then we can be able to have a group discussions. And I want to submit that as I moderate in these questions, we shall be able to learn from each other, because there is nobody who is a monopolist of knowledge. We shall be able to learn from each other, share experiences, and then take home something that we think we can be able to do. So with me in the panelists have Mohammed Noor Said. I'd like you to come on board. Mohammed Noor Said is a director, monitoring and evaluation, Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, Minister of Planning and Development in the Republic of Somalia. Can you come forward, Mohammed? the other panelist I have is Honorable. Sometimes South African names are difficult to pronounce, but let me try. Tirimul Abate. Do we have him around? Honorable, I think he's a politician. He's not? So I'm told he's not in. Then we have Dr. Antwi Bosiako Amoa. Is he with us? He's not around. And then we have Dr. Obare Dachan Nana. Oh, you are around? Oh, welcome, welcome. Obare is the Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, National Development Planning Commission, Ghana. Welcome. I think we have interacted before. Then I have Susan Nakito. Nakito join us. Nakito is Senior Policy Analyst, Office of the Prime Minister, Government of Uganda. So you can charge that from the titles. I'm having people who are actually equal to the subject matter. Oh, I've been joined by 2 other members. Maybe before I engage them in our discussion, allow me to read the bios of the 2 I have. Then I can share 1 or 2 minutes for the others to give their background. You know, the background is what matters in the questions I'll be able to ask. Now, I want to start with Mohammed. Mohammed is in terms of his current position, is the Director of National Monitoring and Evaluation Department, Ministry of Planning, Investment and Economic Development in the Republic of Somalia, and is a national coordinator for Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation in the 4th round monitoring process. His professional expertise is mainly in the public sector, and he's a specialist with over 15 years of progressive experience managing and coordinating donor development funds for development arrangements in the Republic of Somalia. Mohammed, he has his notable projects. He has managed extensive projects funded by prominent organizers such as World Bank, UNDP, USAID, FCDO, and the European Union. And I think, Mohammed, you didn't include UNICEF. I know the UNICEF is also supporting you. For 10 years, he has managed, coordinated, and maintained and evaluated multiple programs and projects in the Republic of Somalia. And I think all of us who know where Somalia has come from, Mohammed has made a very meaningful contribution in seeing Somalia get out of where it has been for a long time. In terms of education, he has a master's in public administration and management, and a PA in social work and administration. And he's actually he has done postgraduate certificate in project planning and evaluation. So the subject matter we have today will require a lot of his expertise in terms of addressing the solutions that we are looking for in addressing this climate change menace that we are actually finding ourselves today. I also want to talk about Susan Nakito. Susan Nakito has a wealth of experience in economic policy and planning, and is a principal monitoring and evaluation officer at the Ministry of Public Service in the Republic of Uganda, with a social foundation in developing and analyzing government policies and making contribution across various sectors of the economy and the ministries, including gender, labor, and social development aspects, works, and transport, tourism, and the Bureau of Standards. Her experience in in policy formulation and M&A is very instrumental, particularly in the subject matter under which we are going to discuss today. She has a very well-grounded education background. Just a minute. In MA, she has an MA in economic policy and planning and a PA in quantitative economics from Makerere University. Makerere University is one of the oldest universities we have in East Africa. In fact, most of our people from the East African countries, if you never graduated from Makerere University, then you have not gone to university. So Makerere is one of the oldest universities we have, and they're still very, 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 very much ahead in terms of the programs they have. So our experience, particularly in aspects of the subject matter, will be very, very, very useful in addressing the issues we are going to discuss about today. So perhaps before I engage the panelists into our substantive discussions, I want to have the other two members also introduce themselves exhaustively, then we can settle down to discuss, unknowingly that we don't have more than 60 minutes. So I'll be able to make sure that when I'm going to give you an opportunity to give your answers, you don't present. You know, sometimes people present when you're asking them to answer questions. They start a presentation. So I hope that one will be taken care of. So let me ask the colleague immediately to my left just to give a small bio before we engage ourselves in the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Before I begin my bio, I will plead with you for a request. The Director General of my institution, which is the National Development Planning Commission, should have been with us today. Unfortunately, he passed on. He passed on the 1st of July 2024. The name is Dr. Kojo Esiam Mensah Abrampa. At this juncture, I request that we be upstanding and observe a minute silence for him. May the soul of Dr. Kojo Esiam Mensah Abrampa rest in peace. Please maybe be seated. Mr. Moderator, I am Dr. Oparijan Nana. I have a swag in the construction of my name. In Ghana, if you hear Nana, Nana should have been the first before the Oparijan. But mine has a swag. Maybe in the course of the presentation, I will explain. Maybe it has got some climate change and adaptation has been associated with it. I've been with the Planning Commission for the past 24 years. And I have been with the M&E unit, the Monitoring and Evaluation Division of the Commission. I'm now the director of the division. My background is, I have a PhD in environmental science. I am a student of ISE. I was here, and a student of Dr. Amiao in monitoring and evaluation. I have a law background, and I have some research studies in climate adaptation. I believe that I'm here to share my perspective in terms of the policy discourse in this country, which have been part of the process in the formulation of policies at the National Development Planning Commission. And I indicated I have been there for the past 24 years. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. I think, sorry for the sad information, but we welcome you on board, and I think your background is going to be very instrumental in our discussion today. The next colleague, please.
Good morning. My name is Njubo Isiakon Amoa. I work with the Environmental Protection Agency. I have also been working with the agency, I think, since the last senior. I'm about 19 years, so I think in terms of years, with the public service, 19 years with the Environmental Protection Agency. I'm a director in charge of climate vulnerabilities and adaptation. I also teach part-time at this university. I take postgraduate students, masters and PhD students in the area of climate and environment. I also lead Ghana's delegation at the UNFCCC level for the climate change negotiations. I think this is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we now have the panelists who are going to take us through today's discussions. And I just want to open it up, and I want to mention that the world today is facing a very serious climate crisis. And as the world warms up, people across the globe face daunting new challenges on a scale never seen before. What must countries do to withstand those challenges? I know the subject matter is what must ministries of finance do in formulating policies to address resilience and the climate adaptation changes. So even as much as we are going to focus on the Minister of Finance, the bottom line is it will not be for the Minister of Finance per se. It is a global issue. It is a whole, but somehow, somewhere, governments, through specific institutions, must put in measures, policies, and laws that will help us move this menace across. And we know the language of climate change didn't start yesterday. It didn't start last year. It started some times back. How much effort have we put in place to reverse the trend? Other than talking about climate change issues in boardrooms, making initial steps to avert climate crisis, and nothing else happens, sustainability. I come from a country where we planted trees as a way, as a step to mitigate climate issues. But planting trees is not an end by itself. You can plant trees. The next thing that happens is that you don't maintain them. The same problem goes back. So can we really have a mechanism of ensuring that what we do every day is amounting to an impact? You don't start a process, stop midway, and then you expect the results. You cannot start a journey from here to Kumasi, and when you reach 200 kilometers, you stop and you expect to reach Kumasi. You must complete that journey. And I think this is the predicament in which we find ourselves in. That's why when you wake up in the morning, you are not sure whether it will rain or not, so that you can prepare yourself adequately. So my question is that what measures must we amicably put in place, even to measure our achievements in terms of ensuring that we are moving towards the right direction? I want to, my first question, I'd like to ask Mohammed from Somalia. I know Somalia has just set up systems to address aspects of climate change through national development. What measures, Mohammed from Somalia, and which institutions, in your view, or what role are you expected to do to ensure that climate changes are mainstreamed and accurately addressed in your development agenda?
Thank you very much, Dr. I'm glad to be here again. I especially thank Dr. David and Dr. Sams, Dr. Machuka. I happened to participate Evidence to Action in 2017 and 2018. I'm here in Accra in 2024. So actually, Dr. Machuka and Dr. David are my mentors. Somalia is dealing with climate change issues despite contributing zero to the global warming. The country faces severe problems like drought and floods, like many other African countries, which have led to significant displacement of people. We have millions internally displaced people in Somalia because of climate change issues. In response to that, the government has established a new Ministry for Environment and Climate Change. We used to have a directorate of Environment and Climate Change under the Office of the Prime Minister. But at this moment in time, Somalia has a fully fledged Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. The ministry has done put a lot of systems and structures in place. At this moment in time, Somalia has national policy for climate change, which guides the strategies for adopting to and mitigating climate change impacts. We also have a National Protection and Management Act, which sets for protecting the environment, managing resources, and controlling pollution. We also have a climate finance policy. We have a national forest policy, which focuses on sustainability management and conservation of forest resources. We have a national charcoal policy, which regulates charcoal production and reduce forestation. Somalia also have an action plan and national determined contribution, NDC, which actually focuses on climate action goals and the commitments under the Paris Agreement to reduce emissions and enhance resilience. So all these policies and systems are put actually in place, and they all aim to protect the environment, manage natural resources, sustainability, and build resilience to climate change impact. We have a national development plan, which started in 2020 and will end in 2024 this year. Our current national actually plan gives less focus on climate and environment, but in our next development plan, we will have a pillar mainly focusing on climate and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think when perhaps I come back to you in the next round, you may tell us exactly how you want to do it and how you'll be able to move forward. Maybe Susan, let me go to the extreme end. Susan, what initiative can the Ministries of Finance, in your own opinion, or let me ask you this way, what has the Ministry of Finance so far done in Uganda to undertake the role of resilience and climate change adaptation? And then you can also expound to identify the key sectors you may think are critical in playing that role in Uganda.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Good morning, members, once again. My name is Susan Nachito from Uganda. We have gone a long way in trying to mitigate climate change. Many times when we talk of climate change, many people think that it is just an environmental, like it's just on the environment, impact on the environment. But then there is also significant economic risks that are created with climate change. For starters, when the president assented to the National Climate Change Act in 2021, this act mandates that all plans and policies should integrate climate change. So with that, the Ministry of Finance, in the budget call circular, it sends out a budget call circular every September to tell votes and ministries that this is the starting of the planning process. So when the budget call circular is sent out, one of the areas that should be adhered to is environment and climate change. And in this, we have to ensure that every ministry, every vote of government is budgeting and planning for interventions to do with climate change with regard to the mandate of your ministry. And this has gone ahead. We have been mainstreaming climate change in our budgets and work plans. And as if that is not enough, they take the budget framework papers and the ministerial policy statements for assessment to the Ministry of Water and Environment to check, are you really putting things that are practical, that will be done within the financial year that you're saying you will do? And then as Ministry of Finance, they've gone ahead to, there's a development committee which passes all projects that are to be financed by both government and partners. So the projects have to go through the process to check, are they viable, will they meet the standards and all that. And one of now the requirements is having a social and environmental impact assessment report. So there has to be an environmental impact assessment done to check, is the project viable, will it meet, is it going to destroy the environment? If it is, then that project will not be funded. Then we've gone ahead, there's a government program, finances through the intergovernmental fiscal transfers to the local governments. It is co-financing irrigation. And we are also soliciting for international support on this, where farmers that can afford irrigation, government supports up to 75% of the micro-scale irrigation project. This has gone a long way in helping those farmers, because if government is giving you 75%, but there is a cap to it, there is up to a rate of 18 million, that is how much in dollars? But 18 million Uganda shillings. That's the cap to which it provides. So if you can look for the 25%, then that means we are going to continue helping the smallholder farmers to be able to produce. And in the area of fiscal policy adjustment, there was an increase on the tax of, it's called an environmental tax. So there was an increase on the tax on older motor vehicles and equipment. So that means that if you buy a car which is 15 years from today, you pay more. And this was done to discourage the importation of old motor vehicles and equipment. So the older they are, in short, the more you pay. And in that way, it's encouraging us to look for at least cars that are not emitting as much as it is. Then just last year, the Ministry of Finance introduced green procurement processes. And in this, we've been training. I was also trained, but they've been mainly training procurement officers in all government institutions to ensure that whatever is being procured for government is environmentally friendly. And then Ministry of Finance has also been providing support for research so that more research can be done in the area. And it has also been providing support finances for in case disaster happens and what. Then you came to the question of which ministries or sectors are key. In this way, I would say everyone is key. Because it's not a one-size-fits-all. We have different mandates for different ministries. So any ministry you mention, I will tell you is key. Ministry of Finance is key in ensuring that we are planning and budgeting for climate change and environment. The Office of the Prime Minister is key because it actually goes ahead and checks our work plans and monitors to see have we really done what we were set out to do. The Ministry of Water and Environment is very important because it's checking the water sources, the availability. Then again, when we go to Office of the Prime Minister, we have the disaster section where when people are displaced, it's the ministry that goes in and gets people and supports them, provides aid. Ministry of Education, we are looking at having curriculum kind of tweaked to have climate change being taught in school at an early stage. Ministry of Health, when we talk about when disasters happen, are they ready to take on the treatment or prevention of those diseases? So every ministry is key in this regard.
Thank you, Susan. I think that there's a lot to learn from your response. The fact that it's expensive to buy an old car is a lesson to carry home. That most of us have old cars which are contributing to environmental disasters. And also the fact that ministries are involved, and I think they are required to have a component of the budget in their budget process, I think is important. I think then the next thing is, how does the government step out to involve the other non-state actors? I think is the next question I will be able to ask. But let me go down to Dr. Obare. I think National Development Planning Commission. I'd like to see how much does the National Development Planning Commission inform planning, inform finance in terms of resource allocation to address this animal of climate change?
Yes, thank you. I'll use the example of the processes that we adopt in Ghana and what we do at the National Development Planning Commission. At the Planning Commission, we issue what we call the National Policy Formulation Guidelines. So the guidelines gives us the direction as to what must be done in terms of what policy must be formulated for all facets of the sectors of this country, and then the focus on climate change and adaptation. What we do is then we focus on our policy frameworks. So the policy frameworks has various thematic areas that must be considered. The themes cut across economic, social, environment, governance, and then emergency preparedness and resilience is all part of the themes. So When the plans are being prepared, we issue what we call the planning guidelines, and the planning guidelines are issued to all our stakeholders. And our stakeholders primarily, they are the ministries, departments, and agencies, and then we have the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. They should prepare the plans for us. When we prepare the plans, which means all the stakeholders having prepared their plans, the plans must be resourced. So we look at how to have the interface with the Ministry of Finance, and then resources that will be given to each of the sectors that the plans have been prepared. But before we do that, we ascertain to see whether the plans reflects the climate adaptations that we want to see in the various activities that will be done in this country. So be it the housing sector, be it the road sector, be it the industrial sector. We want to see all this being reflected in the plans. Then the plans are related to the resource base that is available and given to support the processes for ensuring that climate change and adaptation is being reflected. So every sector of the economy has a reflection of the climate change and adaptation bit in it that they usually address. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's a good response. What about you are in the right sector? Actually, you are dealing with the Climate Vulnerability and Adaptation Environment Protection Agency in Ghana. Maybe I just want to shift gear. Can you perhaps inform the audience how much of what you do in terms of adopting these approaches to mitigate climate, how much, I know it's a tough question, but how much do you think has been accomplished? Are we moving towards creating an impact in addressing the climate change issues?
At the global level, or
Yeah?
is your question focusing on the global level or the national level?
National. I just talk about the national,
Okay.
because global is quite complex.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you so much for the opportunity and then the question. And then also thanks to the organizers for having me. So as a country, we became a signatory to the UN Convention on Climate Change in 1992. So right from the outset, Ghana made its head for that Ghana wants to be part of the global solution. And subsequently also adopted the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated some developed countries to commit themselves to emission reduction targets to reduce the impact of climate change. And then recently, the Paris Agreement, which is the framework of which climate action is happening today within the UNFCCC. So in showing commitment as a country, we have been there. And flowing from that, because these are global policies, must inform national actions and decisions. And so Ghana has a national climate change policy, which works with almost all the key sectors. Policy has 3 objectives. So it's looking at, we call it growth that is carbon conscious. So low carbon emission development, and this is mitigation focus. Another objective looking at equitable social development. So development that must be equitable to all facets of life. And then the third objective has to do with climate resilient economy. so adaptation in this context. And so out of that, several other policies like Somalia articulated had been developed. Because in the space of time, I don't want to highlight almost every policy. But key is the fact that as a country, we're looking at mainstreaming at all levels. Mainstreaming within the context of our national development plans. And so all the key sectors, transport, energy, agriculture, forestry, water, environment, gender, name them. First step is to make sure that these sectors have climate compatible policies and programs, which we've been successful in that regard when it comes to having climate change desk, climate change units, climate change programming in almost all the key sectors of the economy. I think we've made a very big step in that direction. Through the works of the NDPC, NADMO, EPA, Ministry of Environment, Transport, we also make sure that the medium-term plans and then the coordinated programs that are churned out every 4 years also make sure that they are climate focused or climate conscious. In fact, it is also I think when you take the sub-national level, in this case, Ghana, we call them metropolitan, municipal, and then district assemblies. So we're looking at mainstreaming vertically and then horizontally. And so when you look at the vertical level, what we are doing now is to make sure that the medium-term plans of the MMDAs also are climate rich or climate focused. What does that mean? It means even though these assemblies have been reporting on environment and other social indicators, it is incumbent that these indicators now become more sensitive to climate indicators. And thus, we're working together with the NDPC to make sure that these things are happening. Currently, there are a number of assemblies that are conducting vulnerability assessment to inform proper planning. In fact, when the assemblies are doing their medium-term plans, there is an opportunity for them to do talk about the backgrounds or the situational context within which these things are happening. We want this situational analysis to be as rich as possible with climate and environment issues so that they can be able to address them in their annual reporting processes. And so these things are happening, and we are also working towards a national climate change law. Currently, it's in Parliament that it's moved through a series of iterations. Maybe as part of the EPA authority bill, it will come out in a very comprehensive manner how these things can be done. With regards to adaptation, which is very critical for this session, we started under the wings of the Cancun 10 years back, what we call the National Adaptation Strategy. And now we have moved into the main adaptation planning process where we're looking at 5 key sectors and then also focusing on the assemblies as I indicated. The NAP process is cross-sector in nature. And so in developing the national adaptation plans, we have what we call cross-sectoral policy groups. And this is coming from, because we don't want to duplicate efforts, the NDPC, which coordinates all these sectors and then the assemblies, have what they've been working with as cross-sectoral policy groups. And so the NAP's policy groups are formed under the wings of the NDPC policy groups. We have 5 of them, 1 forestry and agriculture, another for disaster risk and infrastructure, and then we have 1 solely for private sector, because private sector, we believe, has a critical role to play in climate change adaptation, especially when it comes to the technology aspect. She was talking about irrigation. Now the discussion has been solar-powered irrigation, and this is investment that mainly government. And so if private sector, for instance, is in the picture from the go, they'll be able to support these processes. And then we also have disaster in cities, and then in all this, planning is within all these policy groups that I'm talking about. Also, is cross-cut the 5 policy groups. There are a lot to talk about in this short period because the country is doing so much in terms of climate action. There is the carbon-related issues. As we speak today, Tanzania is in this that study how we have progressed. I visited in the, and so there's a lot that but I think time will not allow. So I'll take maybe later specific questions to respond to some of these issues.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I note that you have a lot to talk about, and I think that the 2 minutes you have are not adequate. You require a lot of time. Maybe quickly, because of the interest of time, I know the audience is keen to ask some questions. I just want to ask maybe one last lap, but let's take less than a minute to respond. I know we have exhausted the aspect of ensuring that the policies are put in place. But putting in place policies is necessary but not sufficient. You know, planning, sometimes we say planning is very, very requisite. But the most important aspect of planning is execution. How much of what we put into our planning documents do we expect it to, and how do we ensure that what we are planning will be actually be implemented? Maybe Mohammed, in less than a minute. How do you ensure that what we are putting in the next national development strategy will be executed and it will not stay there for 5 years and it will be business as usual?
Thank you very much, Dr. For the case of Somalia, you see priorities differ, and our main priority was on security. When you have a stable mind, that's when you can think of having other priorities such as climate change. However, climate change is no longer a distance threat to us. It is now with us. In that sense, our next development plan will have a dedicated pillar on climate change and environment and climate change. The policy I've talked about that the government has put in place has policy has monitoring and evaluation chapter. And it is actually my department in close collaboration with the Minister of Finance, Minister of Environment, to make sure that those policies are implemented. Our National Development Plan, the current one and the upcoming one, will also have a dedicated monitoring and evaluation chapters, making sure that policies that are put in place are effectively implemented. For the case of monitoring and evaluation, we have a national technical working group and a pillar-based M&E working group. So we have a pillar-based M&E working group that mainly focuses on climate, environment and climate change, making sure that policies that are put in place are implemented effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, I believe that what Mohammed is saying is that M&A will play a significant, monitoring and evaluation will play a significant role in ensuring that the policies we are coming up with on climate change are executed. I think, I understand we have less than 5 minutes. Let me make use of the 5 minutes to allow the audience, maybe 5 people to ask questions, and then you can get quick responses. Is there anybody who wants to ask a question? Yes. Let me just raise your hand so that I don't have to go back. So you are number 1, number 2. Anybody else? So we are lucky we only have 2 people who will ask a question so that we are actually within the time. So, young man, the young evaluator, can you be the first one to ask the question? There's the young evaluator there. Just give him the mic.
My name is Francis Ofusukobia. I do building construction, climate change advocacy, and farming. My question goes to National Development Planning Authority on a collaboration of some of the institutions we have. From 2022 up to this year, we have planted 40 million trees. 2022, we did 20 million. 2023, 10 million, and this year, just last month, 10 million. If you take the Accra-Dodowa road, there's a road construction. And new trees that have been planted 5 years, 2 years, 1 year ago, all of them have been cleared. Some of these new trees were monies that are from the states. So my question is, can there be any collaborative agenda between the Ministry of Road and Transport, the telecommunication companies, Ghana Water and Electricity? Why I'm asking so is that there will be a road construction, then Ghana Water and Electricity want to extend water and electricity, then they will go and cut either through the road or alongside it. Be planned, then they will also go and cut. The next year we do the, meanwhile, our resources are limited. So almost repeating the same into our resources, and some of us who volunteer to plant these trees. Can there be collaborative so that these things are not repeated? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before you answer, let me also allow him to answer, to ask so that you can answer at the same time. And you specify who you want to ask the question to. Number 2 here.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very interesting. My question is specifically for the representative from the Ministry of Finance, but also somewhat for the other representatives as well. There was a lot of talk about planning, about like making sure that activity is known before. Like one of the key characteristics of climate change is it's inherently unpredictable where shocks occur. So like knowing that this unpredictability, I wonder specifically for the Ministry of Finance, flexibility that you're incorporating in your financing in the face of shocks, and how you consider that also document. A second question is like, how complicated does this become in the context of the current debt crisis in Sub-Saharan Africa? And I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Thomas Daub. I'm managing economist at AIR.
Thank you. Those are the 2 questions. I think you can start by answering, and then yes, Susan can also respond.
Let me respond to the question that was posed directly to my institution, the National Development Planning Commission. Your question boils down on coordination. Coordination has been a challenge in this country. We are aware at the Commission that institutions do things in silos in this country. So whether we are to undertake tree planting, we are to construct a road, we are to construct, it is all over the place. Even we construct and then we destroy the road again and use it to, there are some other pipelines being done by the Ghana Water or something. You see, so this issue of coordination among institutions has been a challenge. So what the Planning Commission has decided, hitherto we didn't have what we call a division responsible for coordination in this country. But that division has now been created thanks to the ingenuity of the Director General. May he so rest in peace. So we are now having sessions with various institutions in the country. My colleague mentioned the unit or the structure we term the cross-sectoral planning groups. We are having sessions with institutions to coordinate the various activities in this country. So if it is tree planting, if it is road construction, if it is, we know that the sectors are all around. If they are around the table to sit, discuss what must be done and be done well, it will ensure that the efforts are done in a cohesive manner so that we won't be destroying one's activity or the other. So it is being rolled out at the sector level, which means the ministries, departments, and agencies are being put together so that we can coordinate. There have been several meetings now of late. Hitherto, we didn't have that. And at the district level also, we are having the planning units who are also the fulcrum for coordinating such activities. And we know that electricity company will be there, water and sewage will be there, the community department, but they don't speak to each other. So now we want to ensure that that process is also being adhered to and it is being done well. Let me respond to the question on the planning with the finances, right? Yes, you wanted to know at the end of the day if the plans have been done, what will be the resources that will be used to support the plan. What we do, when the plans have been prepared, the commission takes the plans and we subject the plans to what we call review and assessment. We have the checklist, and we have what is called the policy assessment tools. One of it is known as the strategic environmental assessment. I know that we will be looking at the various economy, the cultural, the social context of what is being done, and then we look at the natural resources also. When we use the one particular matrix called the sustainability matrix, if one particular activity will flag red by using the color coding, if it flags red, we know that then it won't be done. So we use that as a way of addressing what should be the decisions in terms of why it is being flagged red. Discussions are done. And that is where I'm saying that we are strengthening the coordination bit, and then we will be able to support activities that flag other colors. Red will not fly, but probably the green will fly. But it's based on the discussions that are held around the table, and then we will come out with some reports. The report serves as the evidence to take an action to address or mitigate an activity or adapt as such.
I think you want to say something? Maybe in less than a minute so that we...
Further to what the question was asking about the shocks and the unpredictability of the shocks that would happen. Well, I'll speak for us in Uganda. We do have an emergency fund such that when a shock happens, government would be able to rush in and help in that scenario. But there's also flexible budgeting, such that if it happens, we incorporate flexibility in the budgets that a work plan can be changed in case a shock happens. And then we also have in Office of the Prime Minister, an office that is responsible for disaster preparedness. So we would be prepared in case of a shock happening. Thank you.
That's a very fundamental response, actually, emergency funds, to mitigate or to sort out the emergencies that occur. I think this was just like an appetizer. You know, there's a lot. These things require a lot of time. And I think the panelists are accessible. If you want to know more detailed issues about the subject matter, you can actually be able to interact. I think that we can come to an end of this session, and I believe that in one way or the other we have learned from some of the discussions we have had. I think I want to close it there, and can you give a round of applause to the members? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for running this panel. You may take your seats. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause as they come to take their seats. Yesterday, we heard from the head of the civil service in Ghana, who spoke about the link between evidence and action, the people who have the knowledge and the people who act, and how they come together. I think this was a demonstration of some of these processes of how we use this evidence into action. There's a lot that goes on in government, of course, but I think we took a cue in terms of the complexity that goes into the planning and implementation processes. We've eaten into the next session's time, so I will ask my next moderator to try and work the way our bosses normally ask us to work. Do as much as you can with as little resources as possible. So, we have an interesting panel coming up, or a round table. That's a new terminology for today. And this will be discussing the all-in model. The new approach in the exact session title is Flipping the Traditional Model of Research Collaboration to Close the Evidence Gap, the Evidence Policy Gap, the all-in model. Are we all in? We have Sarah Ameso here. I think she will be managing this session. Sarah, please come up. Sarah is the Associate Director of Advanced Local Leadership Innovation and Networks, the all-in network at ICE, and she'll be running this roundtable. So Sarah, over to you. Are we all in? I still don't feel it.
Thank you very much, Hassan. I will try to work with limited resources, within the limited resources. All right, I'm not going to take a lot of time with the introductions, but I thought I should bring all of us up to speed with what all-in means. So all-in is advancing local leadership and innovation networks. It's an initiative that flips the script. And what does flipping the script mean? It means that it gives an opportunity or provides the historically under-resourced African economic researchers with the resources that they need to conduct research in Africa. And it also means that they are put at the steering wheel to drive research right from conceptualization all through the value chain of research. So they get an opportunity to do all that, but in collaboration with US-based university mentors who support them on a needs basis, depending on where they need help in terms of strengthening their capacity. Yeah, so I would join me in welcoming 4 team members who are leading research in 4 different countries. We have Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Malawi. So Professor John Kuonu. Yes. And then we have Dr. Mercy Kamau. And then we have from Kenya. And then we have Professor Peter Njifoti from Nigeria. And finally, Dr. Robertson Kataza from Malawi. Okay, thank you very much for coming for this roundtable. I would like to pose first, I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself briefly. Tell us your names, your area of expertise when it comes to research. Yeah, I'll start with you, Professor John Kuonu.
My name is John Kuonu, and I'm the Dean, School of Agriculture and Technology, University of Energy and Natural Resources, and also serve as the acting Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the university. I'm a professor of agricultural economics and agribusiness. In my areas of research, more marketing channels, value chain analysis, climate change economics, agribusiness management, and agribusiness marketing. Thank you.
My name is Robertson Kataza. I'm a researcher and a lecturer at the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources in Malawi. My area of expertise is development and resource economics. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Mercy Kamau. I'm from Kenya. And I am a senior research fellow and the director of the Measurement, Learning and Evaluation Unit at Tegemeo Institute. Tegemeo is an institute of agricultural policy and development. It's an institute of Egerton University, one of our national universities. And my passion is in impact evaluation, rigorous impact evaluation, ex post, ex ante, or ongoing, like in RCTs and things, experimental. So I also, our research moves with the topical issues. So right now it's on climate change and climate smart. We're also looking at soil health and issues on political economy. But generally, I'm an agricultural economist and a development economist. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Peter Njifoti from Ahmadu Bello University. My background is agricultural economics. My research interest and area of expertise in the area of is agri-related issues, more especially agricultural development, climate smart agriculture, and other developmental issues relating to agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we have great expertise before us here today. I would like to then pose my first question to Professor Peter while you still have the mic. What are the unique contributions of the all-in model relative to the traditional research collaboration?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the all-in, which is actually a model that is trying to flip the traditional research tradition, has been of tremendous assistance to African researchers. It has made serious contributions. We are here because of the all-in. So the all-in encourage African researchers to take lead of their researches, identify the gaps, and actually take lead in the research in Africa. The all-in model equally facilitates mentorship by linking African researchers to mentors in the north. Like in my team, we have two mentors, one from Arizona, one from IFRI, and they are experts in the area that we are actually conducting our research. So they have been of tremendous assistance to us in the area of adapting to climate change using insurance. So they are experts in that area. So that's another key thing that the all-in model actually is up to. The all-in tool has equally facilitated collaboration among African researchers and among stakeholders and agencies. So we've been able to collaborate with other researchers from other African countries, more especially those countries that benefited from the research grants. And so we have been able to share knowledge, ideas, and peer learning from each other, which is strengthening our capacity. It equally provided the platform for sharing knowledge, experiences, findings through organizing conferences of this nature like the Evidence to Action Conference, through the All-In Research Network. It equally encouraged the various research teams to publish their research findings, their research concepts. So like my team, we've been able to make presentation to the monthly All-In Research Workshop. We've been able to actually participate in the All-In Conference in Uganda, Ethiopia, and we are here equally trying to share what we are finding, our experiences with our peers from other countries. That is equally helping to strengthen capacities and gain more from each other through collaboration. Like these are some of the things the model has actually been able to. Not only that, the all-in encourages that the African researchers should actually take the lead. So if you look at my team, we are about 9, and we are all local researchers. The kind of collaboration we've made with our international partners, with partners, researchers from other countries, has actually strengthened our capacity and made us to understand and know certain things that we were not able to. And so I think the all-in model has actually done tremendously well.
Thank you very much, Professor Peter. Yeah, one of the key things that you've mentioned is the opportunity for African researchers to be able to lead research, and the other also benefiting from mentorship and peer learning and networking generally and exposure. So thank you. I want to move on to Mercy. What do you think are the next steps or opportunities to advance locally led development research even further, given what you're able to access now?
Thank you. I would say this has been a great experience, and I will not leave it at flipping the model. I want to call it Dr. David Amiao model. And maybe we can add Dr. David Amiao, Professor Carter model, because really this is a brainchild of these two gentlemen, and particularly David. This was not the first time to interact, so I know his efforts to flip the model. They started when he was in Agra. That was my first exposure to trying to channel resources to African researchers so that they can lead. And he perfected it. Not really perfect yet. I know he still wants to improve, and that's, and thank you so much, David. Thank you, and your efforts do not go unnoticed. Thank you, Professor Carter. So I think the next frontier, because I know this all-in model is an improvement from what you started when you were at Agra. I've seen a big improvement. I had some experiences there. We've never had a chance to speak about those, and we'll leave that because we are moving forward. And what I would say, the main emphasis, I think what may emerge from this is, first of all, the networking. If we could, because there's strength in numbers, we got 2 grants from our institute. We have another PI here. But when you look at, in totality, of the 12 PIs from different countries in Africa, I think it would be great if we were able to come together and put in and lobby for funds, carry out multi-country research, because I think those will be able to comprehensively undertake research and answer questions that are pertinent across the countries. So I think that idea of us coming together, because we are networked, we know each other now, which thanks to the all-in model, we did not know each other. Okay. I was in school with John, but we've really known each other, and including our networks in the US, our mentors. So that would be a great frontier to pursue and try raising funds. But I'd also want to say that there's a challenge. I know most of the resources are coming from the north, and we have a challenge of ensuring that our public resources are put into impact evaluation. I think that is another area that we can, as collectively together, we can look into that to ensure that there are more resources put into rigorous impact evaluations for local researchers. I know there's steep competition from the north, but we can do it by this kind of exposure. I think it would be great to harness resources from the north, directly bid from that, but also challenge our governments to provide more resources. I know there's a false dilemma in terms of when it comes to public resources, the first cut is socioeconomic research. If you look at the research that goes on, for example, in the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, when it comes to cutting funding, it will first cut the economics or socioeconomic, fund before getting to the biophysical, not knowing that these two are joined together. So I think that is the next frontier. Of course, building capacity of the youth. So this team here and those who have been PIs will play a key role in building the capacity for those youth, and we would want to play that role, and we can play it quite well. So now flipping the model even further so that these people now can be mentors for those that are coming up. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I would like to gently remind my team the resources we have to jointly manage them. I can't do it all by myself. So yeah, I would like to gently request for the next questions, let's take as less time as possible. Thank you very much, Mercy. You've covered what the contributions of the opportunities we have in the all-in. And then also you have given us a few challenges that we are facing and what we can take advantage of in the future. So I would like to move on to Dr. Kataza. And please let us know how has the all-in research project contributed to the ongoing capacity strengthening activities for your colleagues and also the students that are attached to your project and those that may not be attached to your project and somehow have benefited in your institution.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I think flipping this model of research, it works to our advantage. I'll explain how. But briefly, I can also say that this flipping is in the context of what we call parachute research. Others call it parasitic research. How does it occur? So our colleagues from the Northern Hemisphere, because they have resources, they fly to the Southern Hemisphere. Without collaboration, they do research. So this doesn't help much the Southern Hemisphere. So today we're here reasoning about flipping the edge of doing research. So in a way, this is supporting collaboration between North and South, which is going to be of mutual benefit to the two groups of research. So because we have participated in the new model, which has been called Michael Carter and David Ameya model, we stand to benefit. So how have we benefited? So in the case of our university, Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, we benefited it in two ways. We had degree program support and non-degree short course support in our proposal. So for the degree support, we are able to finance our master's students who did their coursework, they did their research, and within 2 years' time, they were able to graduate. So this is also a milestone in our university, which I can also say in African universities, because there is a tendency that once the students enroll, they would take more than the 2 years, which is programmed for a master's program. But with this support, we are able to graduate our students within the 2 years. Our project was 3 years. And secondly, we also had non-degree courses. So these non-degree courses helped our area researchers to gain research capacity. So we invited researchers, senior researchers and professors who offered training in various coaching or mentoring skills, such as writing for a publication, as well as producing high quality research outputs. So based on this, I can testify that our team members, including young ones, they've been able to produce papers that have been presented across the globe. In February, part of the research outputs were presented in Australia, Canberra, Association of Agricultural Research Economics. In August, just next week, Dorika, who is part of our team, she is within the audience here, she's going to India. She's going to present in another high caliber the association, Agriculture Association for Economics, which is also high caliber. So this is just part of the evidence that if we support researchers in Africa with resources that they need and a little mentoring, then they are also able to deliver high quality research. So we would continue lobbying for such type of localization of research, which is quite useful. We are able to bring African researchers to compete at global scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kataza. You can see this has given most of the teams outside what you can see here an opportunity to, share their work far and beyond the countries that they are conducting the research. I would like to move on to Professor Kwonu and just to ask you how this approach has been, this approach of funding has been able to help knowledge transfer, particularly trying to balance the needs of academia and policymakers.
Thank you, Sarah, for the opportunity. Thank you to Professor David S. Ameyao and Professor Carter. Their model is actually working, and we thank them for that great initiative for African researchers. And so the all-in model has given African researchers the opportunity to take the lead in conceptualizing the research and going down to ensure that the research is contextualized to the local level. And so because of that, there is high level of interaction between researchers, academia, policymakers, and all community members. In our research, for example, we started the whole conceptualization with problem at the grassroots. What are the challenges of smallholder farmers in northern Ghana? And their challenge is drought management. How will they manage drought? And so we looked at how we can frame this research in such a way that the process will be participatory for all farmers, all households to be part of the whole process. In doing so, we liaise with the institutions that are involved. That's the irrigation authorities, which may have links with policymakers, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Ministry of Special Development Initiatives. And we did all this discussion before we actually proceed to hit the ground to go and collect data. And even with data collection, the farmers were involved in the whole sampling process, community level sampling, farmer level sampling. And so whatever results that we have, they are aware of what we have already gotten and how that can benefit them. In the sense that these farmers, first of all, were trained in the whole process. They were trained in irrigation management, drought index insurance and its benefits. They were provided with irrigation subsidy, and their farms were insured, and those in the treatment communities. And so in this sense, we see that link between, for example, insurance companies who are linked to some level of policy, Ministry of Food and Agriculture. The insurance company CEO and the manager were here 3 days ago, opening. The irrigation authorities also know what is actually happening here. And so there is that link between what is actually going on and policymakers. In the sense that we engage the farmers face-to-face, formal meetings, and then informal meetings through focus group discussions. And whatever we are getting, the policymakers are aware of. For example, in our research, we have, using the midline data, for example, we found that the results have some impact on the interventions that we have provided, the irrigation subsidy and the training, the provision of insurance, improve the pesticide use, reduce their poverty levels, and improve their productivity. And so in a sense, if we are able to kind of link this to what policymakers are doing, how can insurance products be designed such that this benefit will be realized for these small-scale farmers? Now, even at the end of the product or the project, we want to see how we can encourage these farmers to roll on onto this insurance product and combine that with the water availability, I mean the irrigation facilities there, to be able to ensure that these benefits are strengthened and become more sustainable in the sense that their risks will be reduced. They can have access to markets, access to credits from financial institutions, because the financial institutions see agriculture as a risk. And so if the farm is insured, then they will be able to come out and provide that kind of policy for these smallholder farmers to have that access to credit and to be able to increase their production areas and also productivity.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwonu. One key thing that you bring out is the ability and the intentionality in partnering with different institutions and individuals that their work is closely related to your research, and how that has helped you in terms of ensuring that your research results reach out to the policymakers and that they have the potential of informing policy, and that's the essence of all this that we are doing. I would like to just take us through one more round of questions. If you could take just 2 minutes so that we can give the audience an opportunity to ask us a few questions as well. So I know that Professor Njifoti, your project has had collaborations with a lot of institutions in Nigeria as well, and you've also benefited from the partnership with US universities in terms of mentorship from that side. If you could just give us like 2 examples from each, how the partnership has benefited your project, and one key or 2 key things that you've learned as a project or benefited from the mentorship you received from your mentor. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, my project is actually designing an insurance policy that designer experimenting an insurance policy that is expected to actually be accepted by a certain group of farmers in a particular geographical location. And in designing this product, we've taken note of the gaps that exist in the already existing policies. We realize that, yes, there have been quite a lot of apprehension by the people on some of the existing insurance policy because it is not in compliance with their culture. And so we took note about that. And in designing the product, we realized that since it is going to be something new, we need to bring a good number of people on board, more especially the stakeholders. And so based on that, we actually did a lot of collaborations. Starting with our institutions, we engage our institutions, more especially the Vice Chancellor Office. And of course, it has actually benefited us because somewhere along the line, when we had hiccups about the disbursement of our funds, which we were already on the field, our institutions actually gave us an open check. And so it actually assisted us. Now, we brought institutions like NIMED, that's the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, which the PI, or which the Director General is a co-PI. We brought in the insurance department of the university because we adopted some expertise from them and equally made a staff from there a co-PI. We brought agencies like the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporations. We brought in certain Islamic clerics because this product is designed to be implemented to people that are predominantly Muslim that practice Islam and the Sharia law. And it is very possible if you don't do a lot of advocacy, enlightenment, and the product at the end of the day may not be accepted. And so all these people have actually made our project to actually have relevance. Relevance in the sense that we have seen that they have accepted it, even though we are still designing and experimenting. They are interested in it, these stakeholders. They have equally contributed with leverage on some of their expertise and resources. For example, like the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development then, which is now Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, We made use of some of their agency, that's the agricultural development projects, staff of the various locations, and who are very familiar about the terrains that we're actually conducting this experiment. So we equally leverage on that. It has been of great benefit to us. And so our belief is that at the end of the day, this project is actually going to close the evidence to action gap. And in addition, well, I'm trying to be mindful of the time since we have limited time. We actually engage certain stakeholders who are policymakers and politicians in those localities. We actually realize that those communities and villages that we actually have drawn our respondents and farmers are actually within certain political jurisdictions, and they are within constituencies and senatorial zones, and these senatorial zones and constituencies, they have representatives in the parliament, they are the lawmakers. So we have brought on board some of these people, already discussing with them to be able to sponsor a bill to approve our products, because if at the end of the day we experiment and this product comes into limelight, it is not actually passed into bill and approved by the National Assembly, obviously there's no way any institutions or finance agency can offtake it for usage. So we've started discussing with some of them who are interested because they are seen to them as a kind of a political gain, because if eventually it's passed and it shows that they were the one that sponsors, that would be a political gain to some of them. So these are some of the things that, our collaboration and engagement with these stakeholders have actually assisted us. So it has made our research to be relevant, it has made our research to be valid, it has equally made the dissemination of our research interests, our research findings so far, to go far and wide among some of these stakeholders. So
thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Peter Njifoti. I asked for 2, you gave us so many. But anyway, what you can see is intentionality in terms of the organizations, the ministries, the stakeholders that you are partnering with to ensure that whatever you're doing and your findings are accepted, your research is embraced and owned by the different stakeholders. So yeah, Dr. Mercy, please, just one good example. I know you have so many of them, but can we give it, stick to one? One example of how your team has benefited from the partnership with your mentor. Thank you.
Thank you. She's a bit hard on me, but it's okay. So our mentor is based at Virginia Tech in the US, Virginia Tech University, so Professor Mills. I had known Professor Mills before, but we did not get a chance to work with this model. I mean, it was different models, and it was far and in between, you know. So through his mentorship, which was not driving, but inspiring, so we find that there's a lot of confidence built through that kind of approach where you are not driving, you're inspiring the team to do more. Actually, all our team members, we are all from Tegemeo, and everybody knows Professor Mills, and they're happy to work with him. There's also capacity building. We benefited from his knowledge, his skills, and his experiences. We were able to hold a joint training initially. Right at the beginning, we held an impact evaluation 5-day workshop where he came in to our country. We went on a retreat and we did that for our team at Tegemeo. Now the wider team, all the researchers at Tegemeo and our partners. And but the main one, the main benefit has been through benefiting from his networks, through his networks. One of the team members was able to join Virginia Tech for his MS. And we think that would not have happened if we did not have this David Michael Carter model. It was not funding through this project. He's gone on a full scholarship in other, in the same department, but through Professor Mills' networks, he's able to get funding from his other colleagues. So we think that's a great thing. We are really, truly grateful. And then in addition to that, we've had opportunities to write proposals jointly with him. And so when he sees things that we can do together, and when we see things that we can do together, so there's that exchange of ideas and also of opportunities. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. As you can see, you could listen all day of the benefits of this approach to the different teams. I would like to move on to Dr. Kataza. I will ask you to give us one good example of how your project is highlighting the voices of farmers. I know you're going to give more than one, that's for sure, but I hope it will stop at two. Over to you, Dr. Kataza.
Yeah. So thank you very much again. So to me, I look at this research as something that gives research that can highlight impact. So we've benefited from the conversation from the first session, where what I would call coordination failure or information failure is common. So what do I mean by that? So usually those that are outside research or outside academia, they view research as maybe science for science, or research just for scientific publications, which do not benefit the communities. So in this model, we are changing that, because we're doing research that is for impact, or research that can be put into use, or the research that can generate evidence for everyone to use. So this also is impactful research for our farming community. So in our case, because of the all-in research, we are able to interact with farming communities. So when we are designing our research intervention, which involves sending messages in terms of advisories at different stages of their farming seasons. So we sent out the messages, but from the farmers themselves, they developed trust in our research team. So they were able also to ask us different questions outside the scope of our research. So to me, that was quite phenomenal, because in that case, we established a trust, a bridge, such that they know they can get correct information from researchers from the academia, other than extension officers, who are not many, because maybe in our country, one extension officer is saving around 3,000. So also they are facing challenges in terms of mobility to reach all the farmers. So for them to contact us directly via a phone, it was an opportunity for them also that they could ask us different aspects of their farming problems. So that is one of the highlights that I can share with the audience here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kataza. So one of the key things is that research is just not for academic publications, but also creating impact in the communities that we work in. I would like to move on to Professor John Kwonu. Would like to know from your end, how has this approach been of help, or how has it enabled your team to pass on the benefits to the local communities? And finally, just two key barriers that we face in terms of investment in African-led research.
Thank you. Our research is, the whole essence of our research is to see how we can bundle supplementary irrigation and drought index insurance to ensure that the farmers minimize their risks and expand their access to credit from financial institutions. The design is more of a randomized controlled design, where we have treatment groups and control groups. We had two treatment groups. The first one is a group that received only supplementary irrigation. So for these farmers, we have trained them on irrigation water management There are 722 farmers in this group. Then we had another group which had both the supplementary irrigation and drought index insurance. And we trained these 297 farmers in these two areas. Now, aside the training and through the projects, we had funding to be able to provide the irrigation subsidy to these farmers. And they are very, very satisfied with that. They are very grateful to the whole project for this kind of gesture and benefit. The farmers in the other group received both the supplementary irrigation and drought index insurance. And so for last season, there was no problem. I've been checking with the insurance company and also with the farmers when we went for some visit the other time. They told me, Prof, when you came the first time, we thought you are a politician. You're just coming to deceive us and go. But now we know that the research is real. We are seeing the benefits. We have received the grants to pay for our irrigation subsidy, and you have insured our farms, and so we are seeing the benefit. And because of this, the farmers have now residual, let's say, income or money to be able to invest in high-level technologies. And so that is why in this results we see, first of all, within the midline data, that the bundle has increased the use of pesticides on average by 1.4 kilogram on average, okay? And it has also benefited the farmers in a way that it reduced their going in for credit to purchase food. Now, at certain times of the season, farmers may want cash trap and may have to borrow to buy food for the family. But this research shows that borrowing money to purchase food for the family has reduced by 6%. It has also increased the productivity by 474 acres per hectare. And we believe that, and also reduced the poverty probability index, in general, poverty, by 6 basis points. And so the research is beneficial to the community, and this is what we are communicating to them, that they should take the intervention seriously and see how they can do things well to benefit more. Now, coming to the critical area of limitations of research or challenges of African-led research, I will first say that, and thank the All-In, which is an exception, that this funding has come and this has created opportunity for us to link up with the grassroots, the households at the grassroots and policymakers to ensure that the research is participatory and the policy implications will be made known to all, both formally, informally, and it will also be implemented through probably insurance policies and through bank policies. The key thing here is probably generally for African research is a lack of funding. Now, lack of funding for African research is there because African governments have limited budget for funding. And I believe that if we can go ahead to increase our budget for funding, we will have a lot more innovations coming out of findings from research for development. Related to the funding issue is the lack of infrastructure, our laboratories and equipment for high-level technological research in Africa. And I believe that with our cooperation with the North, we will be able to receive more of such equipment to be able to embark on highly innovative research to solve real-world local problems that African continent is facing. Is that two? I should continue? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwonu. You see, me and my team, we have tried as much as possible to work within the, limited resources. So thank you very much, team. I would like to open up to 3 questions from the audience. Keep it short and don't fail us. We have done well so far. 3 questions. Were you asleep? Yes, we have one over there. And the second one, and then the third one, at least prove to us you were awake. Yes, thank you. The third one over here. Yes, go ahead, Kyle.
Hugh. Is it working?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes, hi. So good morning. Oh, you should come to the front. Okay. Thanks for the very interesting panel. My name is Hugh Sharma Waddington. I'm from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Campbell Collaboration. So my observation, or I'm not sure if it's a question or an observation, but very often we hear that the reason why we should flip the script, or we should at least involve local researchers, is because it's fair and it's right. But I believe that the reason why that we should flip the script is because it actually increases the quality of the studies that are done, particularly with regards to the relevance of the topics which are addressed. So when you involve people with lived experiences that are either from the countries or communities or where the evaluation's being carried out, and that might be in the global north or in the global south, then you get the questions right. So I suppose my question is, are you seeing a difference in the types of questions that you are answering, either with respect to particular intervention or populations or contexts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's just take all the round of questions and then the second question, yes.
Okay. I'm Dr. George Fopo. I'd like to thank the panelists for the explicit elaboration on the all-in-one model. Now, I have a concern, and that will be followed by a question. Most often, interventions in our part of the world are based on projects. And in most instances, when those projects phase out, the entire concept, the entire model is also dead. As you all presented, even though in a very limited time, but I didn't hear anything about sustainability or the rollover of this all-in-one model. And especially, I am looking at it from the perspective of even making it localized. Can we do it amongst ourselves from one university to the next, interacting with some of the institutions that we think we can source finances from? If you see this as a question, then that is what I want to know.
All right. Our last question over here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Iron Alisan. I work for CSIR, Institute of Industrial Research, Ghana. My concern is about what Prof. Kwanu, something he mentioned, which is about lack of research. And I asked to look at it more critically. Is it lack of funding? When you look at it, we have issues with state capacity. Yes, that's true, infrastructure and all of that. But when you look at it more critically, are African government prioritizing research? Are we making use of research? If that is the case, that we are not prioritizing research, we have collaborations with the global north. Yes, to show that evidence from research works. How do we African researchers collaborate with our northern partners to strategically influence our governments, the stakeholders that matter, so that more attention is given to research and the use of the evidence?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Would like to start with the first question. Let me let Professor Njifoti answer the first question on, yeah. And then Professor Kwonu will take the second question that he asked.
Okay.
You want to take that one?
Thank you. I think I will take the questions on about sustainability. Actually, with my brief presentation, I made mention because we've actually understood that most often after the project season, the project is, that is the end of the project life. We've actually recognized that seriously, and that is why I said we have done a lot of advocacy about what we are doing, and we want to see it this time that we do it differently, because we've seen that we keep on doing the same thing the same way, and of course we cannot keep on doing the same thing the same way and we expect a different result. Though that is actually stretching us, we actually have understood that we're almost getting towards the conclusions of our project. And what will happen after that? We are designing a product. Who will uptake it? Is it having the backing of the law? So that is why I said we have started bringing on board certain policymakers, politicians, because what we are doing are within certain constituency and senatorial zone, and these zones, they have representative in the parliament. So we've engaged with a good number of others, or of these people, because it cut across 7 states of northern Nigeria. So we've engaged with about 4 of them, and of course they have understood, they have come to understand the relevance of what we are doing and the benefit to the people in terms of climate risks, in terms of climate weather-induced risks, such as excessive rainfall or dry spell. So they have come to understand it, and they are almost at the process of sponsoring a bill to actually approve the Takafo crop insurance through the parliament, because what we have is the livestock Takafo insurance. We don't yet have crops. So with that, we strongly believe that if there is any finance agency that will offtake the product at the end of the completion of the design and experimentation, then obviously, the product will be in the market legally and people will subscribe into it. And not only that, what we have actually done in order to actually maintain sustainability of the product is we have actually, informed or told this policymaker from these various constituency and senatorial zones that the product, they can even take it as part of their constituency projects, which some of them have seen it that when they take it as constituency project, it's going to score them political point when it comes to campaign and election.
Thank you.
Based on that, yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Njifoti. I would like, Mercy, if you don't mind, just give us, take on the second question on the quality of research, the benefit of having research down here, apart from it being fancy, for lack of a better word. I'm trying to summarize what Waddington, yeah.
I think his question was related to whether the research is more relevant. That is the research questions that we are addressing, whether that's become more relevant with this model, and I believe it is. As my colleagues have spoken and indicated that the research was conceptualized and designed by the local researchers, by ourselves. The mentors did not have any role in determining what research questions or what methods or what questions we were asking or where we were doing the research and in which area. It was totally determined by the researchers that you see here and others who are seated in the audience. So I think the push to have not only involving the researchers, but flipping the model. We're talking about not involving, but flipping the model. And yes, there will be some research that will emanate from the north, but we are saying increasingly having research that is generated from our side, from Africa's side, and by African researchers. And that would involve increasing the resources that are flowing. And as I said earlier on, not only looking at the resources from the north, because that is not sustainable. Now, thinking about sustainability, we really need to push for research research financially from our governments. And I'm not talking about just plain research. I mean, there are many people advocating for breeding and others, but when you think about economic research, I think we need a lot more done there. And I would say that in as far as impact evaluation is concerned, from where I come from and where Dr. Machuka comes from in Kenya, I saw the government being averse to rigorous impact evaluation. There's a lot of reviews going on and others, but rigorous impact evaluation in Tegemeo, we have been attempting to, okay, the MLE unit was formed with that purpose. Now, going on to sustainability. The Measurement, Learning and Evaluation Unit in Tegemeo, precisely for that reason, to provide rigorous impact evaluations. But we see a lot of pushback, but we're still pushing. So this flipping the model has built on that, and other efforts by other people like the Gates Foundation and others who put resources to build this capacity. So I think in terms of sustainability, we've seen a lot of capacity build, confidence, and other things that we've spoken here, and we believe that this will go on.
Thank you, Dr. Mercy. Let me just, for the interest of time, Professor Kwono, can you take 1 minute? Thank you.
Okay. So my elder brother, I indicated that the farmers are so interested and they are kind of buying in. Actually, they bought into the project and they want to take it on, and we are encouraging them. We are liaising with the insurance company. Their CEO and the manager was here 3 days ago. They were here. And we encouraging them. We'll go back to the field with them to see how we can, at the end of the project, see how they can continue this process of paying for the insurance themselves, probably getting some subsidy, getting some level of subsidy from the insurance company. And so it's something, we are going to do what is called a hand-holding. So we are going to hold their hands to the insurance company. And that, I mean, not coming to Accra, but the insurance company rather going there for us to have a discussion for their understanding to continue to enroll on this insurance policy to continue to derive that benefit. So that's the level of sustainability. But my brother's question about the research priorities. Yes, the research priorities has a link with funding. If you have some kind of negative perception about research funding as a government, then you will not prioritize research. And that ultimately will lead to low level of budgets for research. And so for African governments, I don't know how many countries have research fund. In Europe, you have research fund. Asia, you have countries that have research fund. But Ghana, research fund may be there. But we need to see it clearly that this is research fund. This is pot for research, maybe $150 million for research annually, something. Then we know that people can apply for projects, send in proposals will be evaluated, and then results will come, and they can go on to undertake those high-level innovative research that will lead to development of this country in Africa.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Kataza, in 30 seconds, what should we go home with?
Okay, so the takeaway should be, I think there is need for collaboration. Collaboration in terms of researchers. So the Global North and the Global South, we have a mutual interest in research. So how do we both benefit from research? So the Global North, there are resources in terms of finances, but also in terms of human capacity. So we've benefited from them teaching us research models, but also research approaches. So in that case, the local researchers, they also know the context. So if we work together, we'll be able to answer the research questions better. The research will be of value to the communities that we are serving. So the second one is that we should be able to disseminate the evidence like we are doing here, not in the traditional manner where we are deep into the methods, but just the evidence, the messages. This is what the policymakers are looking for. They're not looking for econometrics. So the econometrics is like in the kitchen, but when we come to serve on the table, it should just be a meal. So the evidence that we can act on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause for this awesome team. They've been a great team. Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you, team. You may take your seats. A round of applause as our team comes down to take their seats. We are now at the session of taking a short break for tea, for coffee, for bathroom breaks. I think we all know where those are. Let me remind everyone that we've got booths that have been set up. Please pass through and encourage those institutions that have displayed their expertise, their goods. I challenge everyone to spend at least 20 CD today at any of the booths that are selling something. We will see you in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameya, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th praise at the conference hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having an adverse impact, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you. My name is Dr. David Safo Ameya, the President and CEO.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Kwoti, the Director of the Civil Status Quo socio-economic research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ESA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ESA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ESA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much. Decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ESA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ESA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ESA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development. an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having an adverse impact, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Institute for Statistical, Social, and Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual events, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual events, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Civil Status Quo Socio-Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ESA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ESA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual events, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ESA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ESA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ESA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ESA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring, and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Years of work within the ag sector, particularly working in the cocoa sector. She's also done a lot of work in agribusiness. She's worked with international NGOs. She's currently the country director for Ghana. So please help me to give a round of applause to Dr. Betty Annan as she comes to do this.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would say all protocols observed. This morning, we'll be taking stock of existing climate adaptation strategies and climate resilient infrastructure and their role in increasing resilience to shocks and stresses among vulnerable populations in West Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa. And I would say, should I say privileged to have a senior colleague whom I admire so much, Professor Tilahun Amadi. Professor Tilahun leads AGRE's Climate Adaptation and Sustainable Agriculture Program, focusing on sustainable farming, including integrated watershed management in East Africa. He established model learning sites across Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. And he introduced innovations like water spreading wares in Ethiopia. Professor Amadi excels in project management, contributing to Nile water management platforms, and has published over 110 papers. His expertise extends to developing fertilizer decision support tools and achieving significant crop yield increases. Professor Tilahun, as I call him, has received international and national recognition, including awards from ECRISAT and ministerial certification. So on this note, we would like to welcome Professor Tilahun to give us his presentation. It's going to be virtual. And then afterwards, we would have some discussions. Thank you. So I'll be seated right here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Dr. Betty. My apologies for not being there physically. I'm on the road, and I'd like to really appreciate the invitation. And some of my colleagues
Recording in progress.
Are there and must have shared a bit of what AGRA is doing. So what I'm going to share with you, colleagues, from distance is about, adaptation strategies and infrastructure that is required to enhance the resilience capacity of countries in Africa. Am I audible, colleagues? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Can I get a response?
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please. We can hear you.
Okay,
Please go
good.
ahead.
I just wanted that confirmation. So we in AGRA are working on multiple impact goals in the continent, and the major one being really poverty reduction, addressing hunger and malnutrition, increasing the income of farmers. But most importantly, we are really keen about producing more, but also enhance the resilience capacity of our communities and reduce their climate risks. And that comes really along with major priority areas in AGRA. And we work in 12 countries now, and Ghana being one. But we are also in Eastern Africa, in Southern Africa, and Western Africa. And currently in Ghana, we focus mostly on resilience and market systems, particularly increasing and enhancing the competitiveness of SMEs and creating capacity at a country level. And in Agra, we have 4 major what we call business lines. One is really about market systems, trade. Another one is on seed systems, mainly really making sure that farmers have access to improved seed, improved varieties. The third one, and what I'm going to talk about, is called sustainable farming, which is about really, addressing multiple constraints of our farming system in the continent. So increasing productivity, reducing climate risks, at the same time, help communities and countries to enhance their resilience by building the resource base, which means really, rehabilitating degraded lands, improving soil health, reducing climate risks, improving water productivity, all those, and bringing in climate resilient varieties into systems. And in the program I'm leading, we have 3 major pillars, and enhancing resilience and climate is really one of the most important pillar in which we are really operating in the continent. Now, in Agra, we are saying we can address climate risk, we can enhance the resilience capacity communities if we first enhance their capacity to absorb shocks. What it means is that, when small shock is happening, farmers should not go beyond the subsistence line, beyond the survival line. So if we increase their yield, to a level from 1.5 tons to 3 tons, even if small shock happens and the season fails, people will still have food in their store, money in their account, and then, they can adapt technologies and practices that would really help them to reduce the next risk. So the first entry point for resilience enhancement is really producing more per unit of land, which we call traditionally sustainable intensification. We save land, save money, at the same time, produce more per unit of input. And when it comes to climate, as you all know, I'm sure colleagues earlier talked about, climate vulnerability is a component of 3 things. One is the exposure, the challenge comes. The second thing is, if the exposure comes, how the system is sensitive, how the farmers are sensitive to it. And the third component is really the ability to withstand, the ability to respond to it. So unless these 3 things are coming together, we cannot talk about vulnerability and resilience. And if you see, based on these criteria, what's happening in Africa compared to even the poorest country in Southern Europe, our rating, the best rating in Africa is about 27, which means we are far below even the average of response capacity. And that challenge will continue and will be even worse because we are going to have more people, we need to produce more food. And this is a prediction by McKinsey, who shows that by 2050, we will need about close to 850 million tons of food, of grain. And currently we produce only 1/3 of it. So if you see where it comes from, people keep saying Africa has a lot of land, but the amount of food that could be produced in the potential land is only probably 1/10 of what's required. At least half of it, has to come from yield improvement. And that improvement, really should also consider, of course, climate change adaptation and climate smart practices. So our entry point, of course, we have to minimize post-harvest losses. We have to use our, high potential land for agriculture. But our major entry point and our opportunity in the continent, if we would like to maintain our forests, we would like to reverse our land, degraded land, and still feed our people and adapt to climate change, the only option we have is really intensifying where we are. And that is really requiring a lot of external and internal engagement, including policy shifts, but also science, I had our colleagues talking about science research as a solution. These are the three countries in the continent, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Ghana. If you see how production per country is increased in the three countries, the model is that most of these countries are really producing more food by expanding land, by really opening up new land. If you consider, for example, Ghana increased its land production area by 35%, and then it produced 35% food, which is like, it's not coming from sustainable production systems. The same with Tanzania. In fact, Tanzania, it has opened at least 140% more land, but increased its production only by 60%. And Ethiopia in between. So what it means is really we still are producing more by opening up new land and exposing our systems into, climate change and disasters. I took this map from Ghana about climate change and where in 2050, some of these critical food systems are produced. You can see, most of the food we are producing, like in Ghana now, maize, sorghum, cassava, we may not be in a position to produce them in 2050 and with the current practices. The maize land area may decrease at least by 15%. You may not even be in a position to grow cocoa by 2050. So what it means is really we need to bring in appropriate intensification, at the same time resilience mechanisms, climate smart practice into our programs. And the challenges, which are really aggravating climate change, which are non-climate, but are really drivers, which, makes us even more fragile, are land degradation, soil has declined, for example, in most of the African continent, soil acidity, is affecting the prime lands, which are the breadbaskets of the continent. Our population increase is correlated with land use change toward this, more crop production. But also our policies in tenure systems, our losses are very high. Food loss, we estimate between 30 to 50% in some countries, and still we are using a whole culture. Mechanization is an issue. We have no cold storage. We have a lot of post-harvest losses because of lack of mechanization. Because of climate change, we get also pests and diseases. Inputs are increasing in terms of cost, but also prices are not changing and the market is huge. And most importantly, our governments are not investing in critical climate change adaptation infrastructure, cold storage, irrigation schemes, which are very, very important to adapt to climate change. And we have many types of really what we call stressors, drought being one, a long list here, floods, hurricanes, frosts, erratic rains. But what's important is, to address some of these challenges, we need to create what we call enablers for communities to adapt, for countries to adapt to climate change. These enablers are related to creating capacity, extension capacity, research capacity, making the system work in favor of, resilient systems, both the input markets and output markets, so that our drought-resistant crops like sorghums, like millets, like cassavas are getting market attraction, and are also adding value so that, all those supermarkets, the urban dwellers are really demanding for them so that farmers will be in a position to produce more and at a scale. But also, financial investment, our decision-making processes, but I think, colleagues, of course, we will shape them, but mostly research agendas are set somewhere else, and that's the reality on the ground. So how do we really convince our policymakers to make sure that, the value research as a means to transform agriculture and economy. But then also in a small location can reach many farmers out there, and that of course should be aligned with policies, regulations, incentive mechanisms, regulatory mechanisms, so that farmers are not getting the fake fertilizer, the fake seed, are regulated. So there are so many really enablers that should be on the ground, which are not there in the national system. And most importantly, at the end of the day, whatever we talk in the research system, in the development sector, the action is going to be done by farmers, by communities. So, and most of these challenges are landscape-based, are beyond a farm, and they need collective action. And the collective actions should be supported by community rules. They are there. We should strengthen them. We should align with them. It should be coordinated so that really not all of us are going in our own directions, but have an integrated approach in the farms, in the landscapes. But also really connection. So I just wanted to probably share a few insights on adaptation solutions that we in AGRA have been really trying and testing out. One really is understanding our countries, understanding our systems, and projecting what's happening next. For example, you could see here the left one, the left top is current temperature in Ghana. In 2050, you could see everything red. The rainfall patterns, the second one, are changing. So unless we appreciate the variability in our countries, we cannot bring about solutions. A recent work we in AGRA have done on Ethiopia, for example, you could see a vulnerability map. The first map, A, is showing you the exposure to the different stressors. The second one shows you the sensitivity of these systems. And the third one is the response capacity of these systems. You could see that some of those which are already exposed, in real sense, are the ones which are ready to respond if extreme events are happening, than those which are the highlands which are not yet ready for, for climate change. So the good areas, the high rainfall areas are probably the most fragile because the communities are not ready. The government focus is elsewhere, and the infrastructure to respond to some of these challenges is not available. The second thing I want to talk about is really climate smart practices, good agronomy, and help farmers to design their farms and their systems so that they adapt, to climate change at the same time get the benefits both in terms
Recording in progress.
Is the most important. Whatever you bring in, produce. Technology can be adopted, that can be taken to scale and help farmers to adapt to climate change. The other thing is really soil health. How do we make sure that our soil is improved, its soil carbon is enhanced so that it produces more, it captures water, it reduces climate risk, at the same time, help farmers to intensify their systems. And our soils are sick, One is degraded because of a lot of mining, very low fertilizer application, organic resources are not there. As I said, because of management, soil acidity becoming a big challenge. Our farmers are not accessing critical inputs for soil health. So all this together are big challenges. We recently, like May, organized, the African Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit, and there are declarations that should be adopted and domesticated by countries, which are very, very important as part of that technical working group, really identifying what are the issues that really are, top to the government to address some of these resilience issues in the continent. There's a lot of talk about regenerative agriculture, as you know, but how do we make it work for Africa? Some of these thinkings are coming from industrial world where there's a lot of fertilizer applied for centuries, a lot of accumulation in the soils, which is, poisoning the water system, leaking into, and affecting the environment. While in the continent, our challenge is about degradation, lack of those nutrients in the system. So how do we really recalibrate the regenerative thinking as part of a sustainable farming practice so that it works for Africa? It's a big thing that we in AGRA are also testing in countries like Kenya, in Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. And we have been writing about this for a while. But most importantly, some of these practices, have to be targeted. What is good in wet systems, in highland areas are not good for dryland areas and vice versa. These are some of the examples we have seen within one country in Kenya, where really soil and water conservation is very important for farmers in some locations, while it is not important in other locations. So it's about targeting and understanding the systems which really contribute to sustainable farming practices. We in AGRA are very big in extension. We talk about pluralistic extension systems, which is really about supporting the national extension system. Excuse me, I'll take water. So, in this continent, we have three types of extension scenarios. You have very few countries where the national extension system work. For example, my own country, Ethiopia, where at least the infrastructure is in place. You have other countries where, the private sector is the only option. The public extension system is almost dead. And then you have countries in between. So what really are talking about in AGRA is about pluralistic extension system, and increasingly, bringing the private sector. And we have identified a model called the village-based advisors, which are like, young people in the village who are university graduates but didn't have jobs, dropouts, retirees, young women who are looking for jobs, who can be engaged in multiple, services at the same time willing to support farmers. So we have developed about 45,000 of them in 9 countries in the continent, and they are engaged both in terms of input delivery, service provision, good agronomy, and at the same time make business within that. And we have conducted multiple independent assessments, which shows that wherever VBS are there, farmers were getting more yield, reduce more, less input, at the same time have higher income. And in the process also they create businesses for themselves. And the yield increment, for example, in Nigeria, was almost like 150%, from 2 tons to about 3.7 tons. Rice almost, doubled. So this is really a practice that we'd like to test in multiple countries and as happening in multiple fronts, whereby we support the VBS by linking them with input delivery, with linking them with markets and serve as aggregators, but also as trainers, as ICT solution providers, and that is really a model that we are largely testing. And we see their engagement in terms of technology delivery, both in seed parks, in fertilizers, in good agronomy, in demonstrations. So there are very successful stories coming from multiple countries in the continent, including really giving services in aggregation, in threshing, in veterinary services, in tractor services, as it is the case, for example, in Mozambique, in Tanzania. And these are things that really we see happening. And these are people who are really slowly transforming themselves to SMEs, make businesses at the same time, provide really the essential service on the ground. And they are there, to be supported. And we are trying to employ digital systems to provide both good extension content for them to reach scale, at the same time have information, of their target groups, but also a major barrier, connectivity, technology adoption, is slow, particularly in farmers are not seeing their farms. They still are not trusting what is coming. But also, how do we really, use the VBS to transform the thinking, the farmer innovation in our community so that they demonstrate success, farmers see them prosper and adopt some of these practices at a scale. So my final slide, Betty, is, climate change adaptation, creating resilience in farmers' fields needs a deliberate engagement. It doesn't come by its own. And farmers need support, at least in the first 2-3 years, to see that what they are doing is bring about co-benefits. Yeah? So
would kindly ask that you stay on. We are the least
Recording in progress.
prepared to adapt to climate change, and we are the most vulnerable. And
somebody muted you again, apologies.
interestingly, we have diverse ways of adapting to climate change in Africa. We could increase our productivity by 2 to 3%, 2 to 3 times more than what we are producing currently. But unfortunately, production increases as a result of extensification instead of intensification. More people expanding through use of more land to increase their production, which of course leaves more, renders our land to more, thank you, to put us under climate risk. And I'd like to touch on the enablers to the adaptation of climate change. That, of course, I would like for us to deliberate on a bit. He says extension and farmer capacity, output markets and structured trade, input markets, agriculture finance and investment, data insights, research and development solutions, national policy and regulations, national capacity to adapt, and collective action. And at this point, I would like to open the floor for questions and discussions. One question. Oh, wow. Okay, Asan, but I'm holding the mic, so I'll do 2. A lady, and Agra has a lot of experience, a lot of information, so if you need, please don't hesitate to reach out. If you want to replicate the pluralistic extension service delivery, and we'll give you all the information you need. Thank you. Question? Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Mercy Kamau from Tegemeo Institute, Telahon. And I've seen that Agra is doing a lot, and there are applications that they're changing farmers' lives. We've seen a lot of data and a lot of, statistics showing that there's a lot that's changing. And in your last slide, you've talked about how to change farmers' lives, right? And the systems that are working. So kindly, could you maybe in this area of adaptation, sustainable agriculture and resilience, tell us a little bit about how you are able, or the systems that you put in place to be able to conviction that these changes have been due to the interventions that AGRA has put in place. The numbers that you have shown, I saw somewhere was a telephone, survey and things like that. Are you in any of the areas carrying out rigorous impact assessments or things like that? How are you able to hold yourself accountable that the impact you're seeing as a result of your interventions? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, we would like, come again.
Effectiveness of your models and outreach approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to take another question from a gentleman, and then Professor Tilahun would give us the... Any question? Okay, it doesn't look like we have any hand up. Prof, please, could you kindly answer the question?
Sure, yeah. Thank you very much for the question. We are saying, impact is a long-term engagement, and impact cannot come only by one intervention. What really we can transform is the outcomes, how people are really managing their systems and farms. But at a community and landscape scale, we can demonstrate this impact. So there have been rigorous external evaluations done on AGRA by our donors, by our partners in multiple countries. And we have seen those changes happening on the ground, mainly by, our seed systems. If farmers are getting the appropriate variety, which is fitting into their context and which has an adaptation capacity for that local context,
We are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISES Auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024 offers a unique opportunity to connect, learn, and collaborate. Attendees can also look forward to immersing themselves in the picturesque environment of the University of Ghana and ISA, where they can discover our vibrant campus, soak in the rich culture, and connect with our researchers and people. Drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, Monitoring and Evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having an adverse impact, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilient and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Quarty, the Director of the Institute for Statistical, Social and Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year. Our researchers and people, drawing from ISA's history of driving successful collaborations, participants can anticipate a very positive experience characterized by excellent hospitality and a touch of Ghanaian culture. I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you to the event. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. David Safo Ameyao, the President and CEO for the International Center for Evaluation and Development, an international think tank dedicated to innovative research, monitoring and evaluation in Africa, with our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and also West Africa office in Accra, Ghana. We are so happy and thrilled to have you to be part of the 7th Evidence to Action Conference that is taking place at the Conference Hall of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, University of Ghana, from July 22nd to 26th. Evidence to Action Conference started somewhere in 2017, and this is the 7th one. It has already taken place in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and this is the 3rd one in Ghana. The purpose of the E2A is to be able to bring together policymakers, development practitioners, academicians, researchers, to take a topic, a prevailing topic, at a given time. This year, our theme is resilience and climate change adaptation in Africa. As we all can see, climate change is having adverse impacts, especially in the global south. We just finished COP28 in Dubai, and the challenges that Africa is facing, in addition to other global south, is unsurmountable without a proper research and solutions that can help our people to adapt and mitigate the effect of climate change. Therefore, this year's conference is bringing the latest state-of-the-art research in resilience and climate change, and we are going to showcase it with practitioners, policymakers, development artists, and also students, so that through that dialogue, we will be able to come up with solutions that can help to transform life and livelihood on the continent. We are so happy to have you, and we invite everyone to come and join us. And we hope that this year E2A will have a strong impact on the continent, especially when it comes to building resilience and adapting to climate change impact on the continent. We hope to find you all there, and we hope your contribution, your suggestions, your comment, and your participating will really help the conference to be successful, and the action plans that will come from the conference will shape policies and action to transform life and livelihood on the continent. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor Peter Kwoti, the Director of the Institute for Statistical, Social Economic Research at the University of Ghana. I am very thrilled to announce
ISA is co-organizing and hosting this year's Evidence to Action Conference with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. With a focus on policy and practice driven by evidence, the E2A conference by ICE have been effective in promoting research for evidence-driven decision-making and development. As an institute whose core mandate is promoting research for development, ISA has been a keen partner in participating in the annual event, recognizing it is an invaluable platform to advance evidence-led development solutions and amplify the call for evidence-driven decision-making. Distinguished viewers, ISA's first hosting experience in 2019 was a tremendous success, and we are delighted to once again open our doors to host this year's event. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join ICE together with us at ISA's auditorium on the University of Ghana campus for what promises to be an exciting event. Whether you are a seasoned researcher, a government official, a non-profit leader, or an advocate of research and climate action, E2A 2024
Thank you. Thank you, ICT. Welcome back to our session. Now we are going to session 13 and 14 and 15 for this afternoon. Believe it or not, the conference will come to an end in about 24 hours from now. So what you need to be thinking about is, what am I going home with? What am I going to carry home with? And I've discovered that you may not just carry the technical bits, you can also carry, the spirit of this conference. I was having a discussion with Dr. George T. from Liberia, and I'm really inspired by his thoughts and how he's determined to bring about change in his country. If I had time, I would tell you that he's about to bring out a very dangerous book, a book that can actually bring him problems. But he tells me, Fora, I'm prepared to pay the price. I'm prepared to, he says to me, his last born is finishing university, he's prepared to pay the price. I wonder how many of us are prepared to pay the price for resilience and climate change. Maybe part of the payment of the price we are going to discuss this afternoon. So we will have a plenary panel on climate smart agricultural innovations, adaptation and resilience. And to moderate this session, am I reading the right thing? No, yes. I think I've had a lot of lunch. Session 12, Empowering Youth for Climate Action and Sustainability. And to moderate this session, we have Hassan Ngombe, Resilience Officer from AGRA. Please put your hands together for Hassan Ngombe. Welcome, Hassan.
Thank you so much. We've changed hands. So the session we have today, specifically, is Empowering Youth for Climate Action and Sustainability. I have a panel of experts and practitioners who will help me discuss these issues today. And let me very quickly just start calling them up. Osienu Ngom, I hope I have gotten it right. Please, Program Officer from the Hewitt Foundation, our first panelist, please join me up here. Chinwe Odu Davis, Executive Director of Installer from Nigeria. Muindi Samuel, Project Lead for Greening Muya Environmental Initiative in Kenya. Samuel, please do join me. And last but not the least is Gloria Agie Ejare from Ghana. I'm slowly learning the names. I'm sorry if I butchered your names in any way. As earlier stated, my name is Hassan Ngombe. I work on resilience in AGRA, one of the many specialists in AGRA that is working with many partners, a lot of you in this room, to transform Africa's smallholder farming systems, looking from end-to-end systems all the way from production, the middle level, government, etc. And our work, as you heard this morning from Dr. Tilahun, we try as much as possible to document and share some of the lessons that we are getting from the field. The session that we are here to talk about is really looking at youth in climate action, some of the constraints and opportunities that exist for youth to be able to participate effectively within the space of climate change. There's many statistics out there, close to 60%, most likely. I think Africa's population is very youthful. This is an important segment of our population who can drive our continent from where it is to where we want to be. There are constraints, there are lessons, there are opportunities, and that's what we are here to discuss. And I will start this with O, and O is sitting just next to me here. You will try and tell us exactly how you pronounce your name, but I'll call you O for now. And I have a question for you. I mean, there's a lot of, probably actually, when we framed these questions, there was a bit of, I didn't have full information. Yesterday we heard from Asunka that a lot of people actually don't know about climate change. But the way we see the youth in this space, there's an assumption that they actually are very aware about climate change. They are activists, they are sharing their stories, they are implementers, etc. They're really in this space to the fullest. And they realize that this space can also provide jobs for them. You have been working in this area for a while. What opportunities do you see? Are these opportunities real? Do you see for youth to be able to participate in the area of climate action?
Thank you, Hassan. So to help you with my name, it's Usainu. And actually my twin brother's name is Hassan, like you. So you automatically became my brother. So we all know that the development environment has evolved a lot in the past few years, and there is more and more focus on climate change, resilience, climate action. And you see it across donor strategies. Almost all of them have developed now strategies around how they can help people or support them succeed in fighting against the effects of climate change. And also, when you look at many of the development plans of our countries, the most recent one, they have all, let's say, a climate action component. So I think for those reasons, there are more and more opportunities to empower and engage youth in climate action. And from my perspective, while there are more and more efforts, I think there is still room for improvement in creating more spaces and opportunities for young people to be part of the discussion, to lead the implementation of activities toward climate action. So I will just list a few opportunities in a few set of sectors. The first one I will start with is what I call education and capacity strengthening. And there is a reason why I don't talk about capacity building, because I think we have very young and talented people who have capacity already. We just need to unlock that. And we've seen from one of the sessions, you were moderating it, we had very wonderful presentation from young climate change champions coming from Tamale in northern Ghana. We had also a presentation from capacity strengthening organizations like the Zizi Afrique Foundation, and then also Le Barometre in Benin. So I feel like there is more room still to strengthen the curriculum at schools and universities to include more comprehensive climate education. This can include partnership with those organizations that I have listed, but also organizations like the African Climate and Development Initiative to provide resources and training for young people. There is also room to offer more specialized training programs and workshops that are focusing on climate science, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and green technologies. The other set of sectors where I see so many opportunities is what I would call innovation and entrepreneurship. So we can more support youth-led startups through incubators like, for example, the Climate Innovation Center in Kenya, which is providing seed funding and mentorship, and also networking opportunities to young people that are involved in the fight against climate change. And then we can organize more convenings like hackathons and competitions to encourage young people to develop innovative solutions to climate-related issues. Another maybe set of sector would touch to policy and advocacy. You know, when we talk about climate change, the effect is there, but really we're a bit worried about the effect on the coming generation. So we think that young people should be at the forefront of everything, including advocacy. They should have a seat at the table in local, national, and international climate policy discussions. And this can be facilitated through like youth council and advisory boards that already exist at the national level in some countries, but also at the regional level. And then we should also provide more training on policy advocacy and communication skills so that when those youth access to the table where decisions are being made, they can effectively speak about their struggles and then also be part of those who are proposing solutions. There is another type of opportunities on what I would call community-based initiatives. So yesterday, we've discussed on one of the panel how locally grown solutions led by communities can lead to more, let's say, impact when it comes to fight against climate change. So we can support more those youth-led community projects such as reforestation, urban gardening, and waste management initiative. We can create opportunities for young people to volunteer with civil society organizations and community organizations working on climate issues. Another set of opportunities, I would say, that is very close to my heart is around funding and resources. We should increase the availability of grant and funding opportunities, specifically targeting youth-led climate initiatives. We have organizations like the Green Climate Fund and the African Development Bank who has developed a really earmarked for initiatives that are led by young people in the fight against climate change. And a foundation like mine, the Hewlett Foundation, has an inclusive governance program that is looking at increasing the voice and representation of young people in several types of issues, including climate issues. And speaking about resources, your country director at AGRA actually from Ghana said to have a lot of information and data available. So that resources should be made available to young people to increase their level of knowledge and improve their participation. Finally, I would say that there is an opportunity around digital platforms and networks. So we can better utilize social media and online platforms to create communities where young people can actually share ideas, can share innovation and learn from each other and mutualize their efforts. So in conclusion, I would say that there are many existing opportunities to empower and engage youth in climate action, but there is a need for a more coordinated and comprehensive approach to maximize the impact of such initiatives. And by enhancing education programs, supporting innovation, making sure that policy is more inclusive, fostering community initiatives, and providing adequate funding and leveraging digital platforms, we can create a more enabling environment for youth to lead in climate action. And I would also go back to the call that was made yesterday in one of the panels. This is everyone's effort. So governments, civil society, communities, young people, private sector, and donors should work hand in hand to give more capacity, resource, and funding to young people to lead this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, very interesting insights that you're providing. Moving from the whole idea of capacity strengthening, what could be done, spaces where we can engage youth, and so forth, I want to move to Chinwe, who is actually in the practice. She works with renewable energies, particularly around issues of connecting, matching skills, particularly of the youth. And we want to hear from you practically what it is you experience with regards to the issue of youth in climate actions. Are these spaces real? Do youth really have that opportunity to contribute, especially with the volatility that we're seeing, political issues, environmental issues, climate change. There's so much going on. How is that affecting the youth, particularly from your work?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll just borrow two things he said, two words that jumped out for me. Renewable energy. So as we know, renewable energy is one of the ways we're tackling climate change. And he also mentioned digital platform. So what we're doing at Installer is we're basically merging these two things. So we've created a digital platform that connects youths to renewable energy opportunities. So to answer your question, yes, there are loads of opportunities, especially within the clean energy space. In fact, even some of the things we spoke about this morning, I think as a continent, we did not prepare for the future, right? So we've seen what's happening. There are loads of investment coming into the clean energy space, loads of solar projects, solar solutions coming in, but we don't even have the workforce to match the opportunities that are currently here and now. So this is one area where youths can quickly come in. There are loads of work in the solar space and in so many other climate change spaces, in the agricultural spaces, in renewable energy, and common appeal, recycling space. There are so many opportunities that we literally do not have the workforce. So what we are doing practically is we're training, especially in the rural communities, where we're trying to create opportunities for the rural installers where they can meet the promise of a solar project even happening in their community. So on our platform, as well as other digital platforms, youths can get visibility. So we're just not training as well. For us, it's really about job creation. We're training and also making those connections to ensure that people are earning, people are getting engaged with those solar projects, and also creating the visibility. So that way we can also begin to reverse the migration we're seeing from the rural communities. Everybody seems to want to move to the cities where the employment opportunities are, because they don't find opportunities in their rural communities. But with digital platforms such as ours, people then, young people have the opportunity to get connected and get visibility for work. So that's just one of it. But when you talk about the social, economical challenges and how it can be tackled, I think at a larger, a broader spectrum, we need to also begin to look at the curriculum development. I think when we look at even the curriculum in our universities, there are really very small climate change studies going in. We need to begin to actively prepare the youth for the future. But really, climate change is no longer the future. It is now. Yeah, it is now. And I think as a continent, we need to quickly begin to close that gap, the knowledge gap with the young people. And they are willing. Young people are very willing. I mean, we saw in the session just not long ago how willing and active they can be. And I think as the government, and I'm glad we had the government people earlier on, talking about the policy changes. But we need, I think we also do a lot of talking and not a lot of practical. So we need to move from the talking and the ideas and begin to actually do the work to help the young people who are willing.
Just a quick follow-up question before I go to Gloria. In my work, I've been doing a bit of work with the youth, and we train them to become extension officers. When we come back the following year, a good number of them have left. Right. There's a lot of opportunities, and it's careers for them, so they move. So how do you deal with that within your workspace?
So in Nigeria, we have a word for that. You're talking about the Japa syndrome. The youths are definitely jabbering. And seriously, you can't blame them, right? Who wouldn't want a system that works? Everybody wants a system that works. But what we're doing, because we are also focusing on the rural installers to help with the last mile logistics of the solar solution. I think, so, for the rural installer, the jagba for them is to come to the city. When you think of the migration, they want to come to the city. But with digital platform like ours, it's sort of solving that problem. People just want a place where they can earn. Once you bring them economic opportunities, I think generally people are more comfortable. So we obviously need more of this. On our platform, really, we haven't witnessed a lot of churn rates. The churn rate has really been low. But yeah, generally, I think we need to do more for more economic empowerment.
Thank you so much. I think I'll go to Gloria now. And Gloria, you've been working in the agri-food space, environmental management, activist. You've been to a number of international conferences. You've seen these terminologies evolve. Is youth in climate action just another greenwashing term? Is it something that we've created so that we attract funding, or so that we seem politically correct? What's your experience with how we put youth into the picture? Are we greenwashing, or is it actually real?
Okay, thank you very much, Hassan, for the question. Pleasure to be here. As a young person within this space, I'll just create a scenario. So I work with a lot of grassroots communities over the past 5 years. I've been working at the grassroots level, and then I try to also influence policies at the top. So let's say I'm a young person, I'm an advocate, climate activist, and someone spots the work I do and says that, okay, Gloria, I want you to be at COP29, I want you to represent, be there, represent your people and all of that. Now, this is a whole institution that is taking me to COP. You just pay for my flights, my accommodation and everything. You don't give me you don't make or create rooms for me to go and influence policies as I'm supposed to. You don't create a platform for me to go and share my thoughts and ideas. You just fly me to COP that, okay, you just want to take a box. So Gloria should go to COP, go and represent the brand, share on social media and all of that. That's fine, that works for you. Here, what I see is that the institutions are rather, quote unquote, the ones into greenwashing. Because for me as an activist, yes, this is an opportunity for me to be at COP. But also at such a level, I don't have any influences within the rooms. I don't have connections. I don't know what goes on here, and then I don't even know who can even put me on the stage to share my experiences from the grassroots. So here, greenwashing happens when institutions fail to just create an extra or take that extra effort to create a room for young people like myself to be able to have a voice in rooms. I'll give you another example. Let's say UNDP sponsored me last year to COP28. And this is also because I worked with the Food and Agriculture Working Group under Yongo UNFCCC, and we championed a catering advocacy campaign. So we were advocating for sustainable catering at COP because we believe that COP should be an example of what sustainable food system means. And our advocacy efforts went that far that the COP28 presidency decided to work with us to design the catering policy at COP28. So, I mean, this was successful when they admitted that they are going to serve 60% plant-based diet at the just ended COP28, and we had 40% being other options. Now, when UNDP was sending me to COP28, they created room for me. I was literally given a whole tall list of activities that aligns with the work I do. They created a platform where when I get there, I have series of activities where I will be on stage to share my experience and add my voice to the policy influencing bit. So this conscious effort now takes it or transitions us away from just taking the box that, okay, we took a young person from Ghana who is at the grassroots to be at COP. but rather now creating a place for the young person to have a voice in influencing policies and also inspiring other young people to champion the same cause. So back to the question, greenwashing doesn't come from the young people, because if you send me and I don't know anyone there, or let's say it's my first time or my first COP experience, of course, when I go out, try and join some side events and all of that, I'll take my pictures and come, because I don't have access to rooms, right? But when institutions, corporate institutions, bodies and all of that see the need for us to be on stage, or see the need for us to be part of some high-level discussions and add our voice, I think we move away from greenwashing. So yeah, people who are taking young people to other places or trying to add us to project implementation just to tick boxes, are those greenwashing and not young people. And so one thing I would say is that it is very good that young people are getting the exposure now within the climate space, but there's more to be done. You know, it's even beyond just COP. At the grassroots here in Ghana, there are so many policies that are not inclusive when it comes to young people. You know, systems must change so that we can be there to bring out our innovative ideas. Of course, we are not perfect. We will definitely make mistakes. And I want to use this platform to say that our older folks should trust us, and they should hold us on the side, work with us, and guide us into that level of promoting sustainability. Else we cannot go there. Right now, anyone who is like 40 or above 35 years, you have a lot of responsibilities on you. You can't go down there at the grassroots to go and, let's say, even campaign or even empower another person. You are tired. Every day you are tired. I have that energy. I can go down there, I can mobilize about 50, even 500 people, and we will rally and meet that objective that you want us to meet for you. I won't steal your word. Capacity strengthening, because we have it, but we need to be strengthened more. And that is when we get better to build that sustainable future we envision. Thank you.
I had a follow-up question. I'm not sure whether I should ask it. Gloria, we or I, or let me just say you are now at the E2A conference. We've heard a lot of models being spoken to, all in one for all. Sorry, Sarah. You've heard from government speaking, you've heard from researchers. What would be your message? I mean, we're trying to generate evidence here and how it infuses into spaces of action. What would be your message to all these experts here in terms of how we integrate or make sure that we actually generate the information we need for effective youth action in climate?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to give a little information. There was this report I read by UNFCCC in 2023, where young people across Africa were saying that in terms of youth involvement or inclusion when it comes to policies, inclusion when it comes to policy implementation, they feel it's average. It's not there yet, right? And then young people also feel like governmental institutions, researchers, and other major bodies do not really work with them when it comes to some of these things you are talking about. I think one thing I want to just say is mentorship is very important in our quest to bring young people, carry them along this race. I would say that I've benefited greatly from a lot of mentorship over the past years. And so for our older folks, for institutions, for people who are higher than us, we want you to at least provide some mentorship for us ahead of the journey. Because let's say I'm just like in my late 20s or early 20s, right? There are so many things I haven't experienced that you have experienced at least. So you can even provide me tips that, oh, okay, when you are entering here, don't do this, don't do that. Look out for this, look out for that. And that can at least guide me even when I'm trying to go the different way. I'm informed because there's someone who has gone ahead of me. So institutions should be able to set up mentorship systems, okay, in a way that young people can benefit from the knowledge they have acquired and can run with it in terms of providing evidence to action. Now, I'll give you another example. I started an agroforestry project under my organization, Ghana Youth Environmental Movement, last year. Of course, I have a background in agriculture from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, but my professional background has mainly been in the environmental space over the past 5 years. Now, my interest was in bringing together these two fields, agriculture and environment. How can I bring it together to promote sustainability? So that was how the birth of the agroforestry idea came about. And fortunately, we have a founder who can just put a young person at the forefront. Okay, lead this. I think you should take over this project. Now, even though I've done agriculture, the environmental bit, it had a lot of technicalities as a young person. So the main thing, one thing that helped me in implementing that project successfully was visiting about 5 agroforestry farms or projects across Ghana. And this was because my founder, the founder of Ghana Movement, was like, we need you to understand what it looks like, what it is, what it takes for you to implement this. And then from such an inspiration, I designed and developed the project and went into the community and worked with the farmers to implement that agroforestry project. And that project has restored a 1-acre degraded land. It was terribly degraded through sun winning. And today, you have plants thriving there. We've been able to harvest and sell some of the produce to other people to promote sustainability, right? Now, some of these experiences, creating that platform for us, right, to be able to have a voice where now I've led a project. If today I enter any room that is talking about food systems or, you know, how we can empower young farmers or young people to go into farming, I have some evidence. I have some experience to say that, let's do this. And that is what we can use to translate into action or that action we want to see at the higher level. So that is my stance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please just hand over the mic to Samuel. Samuel, a couple of issues coming out of this discussion in terms of, you know, mentoring, in terms of creating right spaces, capacity strengthening. You've been working at the grassroots level. And we all know that having a right enabling environment is key to mobilizing and having youth participate in these spaces. We know that there's so many policies, so many programs and strategies and etc. But from your experience, what are the challenges? Why are there still challenges despite all these enabling environment frameworks? Why are there still challenges for you to mobilize youth or to have youth participate in climate action?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, before I answer your question, Africans, we like greetings. So I convey my community greetings in Ghana, and I hope you receive them. Have you received them? No, to receive, you clap. You have to clap. Yes, so I'll relay back your greetings back home when I go back home. My community is just 45 kilometers southeast from Nairobi, and GMA is a women and youth-led initiative that started in Kumbini village in a small office. But now, 4 years down the line, we are establishing and building a climate change training center. We couldn't believe how it happened from a small office and now trying to bring an iHub to a community to modernize our rural village. And Dr. Amiao has been to our community, and I thank him for bringing me here to Ghana through partnership with AGRA. So to your question, and I'm a Gen Z also because I'm from Kenya, I must mention that. So to your question, I know there are resources, and to start from Africa as a continent, young people are not only a demographic or a trend. Young people are a resource. That's why each and every government, they are talking about taking young people offshore to other countries to work. That shows that young people are a resource right now. And 50% of the world right now, 50% of the population in the world, there are people under age 30. They are under age 30. But do you know what 2% of that population are into politics and in government? That's a challenge. That's a key challenge. How are we pushing these policies? We need representation of many young people. My sister here, she talked about green energy transition. What are the challenges in green energy transition? It is estimated that by 2030, the global market on green energy will amount to $1.6 trillion. Where young people are the center of this? Why are there no representation in such forums? And luckily, last year we hosted the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi. And I was part of the African Youth Climate Assembly Secretariat that mobilized African young people to influence and push member states as we champion and as we take a common position, an Africa common position to COP28, a UNFCCC process. But how are we able to do that? How are we able to maneuver that? One, on financing, on innovative financing. Here in Ghana, we have Green African Youth Organization, where we partnered and showed member states that young people can innovate finance. Why? There was African Youth Innovation Challenge, financed by young people for young people. Nowadays, there are some terms we go to meeting rooms. When we are meeting these sharks, we are being told, when you go to a boardroom, they are sharks, they are sharks, they are sharks. But after the meeting, we tame them and be dolphins, you see? And the thing is on innovative financing for young people. This innovation challenge that awarded 10 young people between $5,000 and $10,000 in Nairobi. It's there, go check Twitter, it happened. It is that young people learn to implement and solidify their own projects and innovation. But this needs more mentorship programs, you see? I came here to Ghana, but the first 2 days we were taken through monitoring and evaluation. As a project lead for my community, we do M&D, but they are M&D officers. I didn't know what they are doing, but right now when I go back home, I will be following that up. She talked about we need more spaces on mentorship. Not only mentorship, when we go to the mentorship sessions, let it be engaging, let it be involving. It was as such on Monday and Tuesday, we were in group discussions, forming something we don't learn in university, the body, how to structure it. And young people in the room, let me talk to you. When we have access to these conferences and these bodies, kindly influence, because there are some people, some of us, who access these rooms, but they don't influence. And there are others who can influence, but they don't have access. Make sure that once you have access, you can influence. Two, technological and technology transfer is another challenge. Back in my community, people are talking about social media campaigns. They are talking about what is it called? The green transition. There are many reports out there, some guided by the IPCC reports, you see, the COP reports. But how are they accessing these documents, you see? And they are young people, because some of the common goals in Africa, look, the 2063 agenda, the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, they even don't have access to this information. They don't have access to indicators, the path, the green transition pathway that Africa is talking about. Right now, there is also a common goal on the Great Green Wall of Africa. People at grassroots level, they need more technological access and more technological transfer. And as a young person, I can really negotiate. And for a fact, right now we have an iHub, 2 containers, 2 refurbished containers, and 6 laptops. But there was no internet access. We had the laptops, but no internet access. Through our elderly people, they brought us our Safaricom CEO back in Kenya to come and tour at the center. That was access, but we had to influence. Do you know what? We negotiated with him, and fiber optic was done from Nairobi to our community. Now we have internet access. What does that mean? Our primary schools, they'll now have computer labs. They can now nurture their skills as they are young, you see? Partners can come in and transform their schools. Right now, some partners, they have adopted 5 of our schools in our community. They have transformed their wash sector. Schools now, they are ready now to tap into the green energy we are talking about, how they can utilize their waste in latrines, in toilets, and convert that to clean cooking energy, so that they refrain from cutting down trees and for cooking and some stuff like that. So, and the last one, the other key challenge is very many young people are looking out to funding in sort of, you want money to be deposited so that you can work. 4 years down the line, our initiative, we are yet to apply any grant and funding. And we have impact to 18,564 community members. That's 5,000 households, but it's 73% of the 54,000 hectares restoration we are doing. How is that possible? Through partnership principles. Young people in the room, let's be ready to generate and create innovative partnership principles with our investors and everyone. And I think next year will be our first time to apply for a grant, I think. But till date, we are yet to apply a grant, and we moved from a small office now to a climate change training center. And let's emulate what key partners have done. AGRA sponsored young people all over Africa to come for this conference. That's positivity, and they have given me room to speak. I'm happy because it will land me a side gig if they see me speaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we have a few more minutes before the top of the hour for this panel, and I'd like to extend questions to the audience. If you've got any questions, comment, contributions to our very dynamic panel, it's now your turn. Particularly for the young people, please find the opportunity to talk to colleagues here. We have one question up front here. Is that a hand? Or are you just stretching? Please go ahead.
So thank you very much. My question goes to, it's not really a question. It goes to Grace and Mundi. Grace mentioned that sometimes...
Gloria,
sorry. So Gloria mentioned that sometimes the opportunity to be sponsored for programs, and rather unfortunate, you are not part of, I mean the panel, so basically you are not able to contribute, you understand? And when you have the access, make sure you, do something. You know, it is rather unfortunate. Sometimes when you are prepared, you are able to meet opportunities that comes your way. You are here today because you have prepared. Some people would not want to be mentored. And some people would want to learn so that one day they would be able to contribute when they get a chance to do that, you understand? So again, I would want to say that whilst we are here and we would want to contribute to the success of our continent, it is needful that we all in our small ways would learn. So whenever there is an opportunity, we can just hit it straight. Thank you.
There's a comment here.
Thank you very much. Mine is, I was just wondering, the focus here is on the youths, and usually there's a conceptual definition for the youths, you know, and I was wondering the extent to which creating some kind of environmental consciousness, you know, for people that are not necessarily in the youth age group, you know, would help you drive home your point. You know, because just like she said, right, not everybody will be oriented towards, you know, climate action and all that. But if there is a foundation that has built some level of environmental consciousness, you know, it will be easier, you know, at the level of the youth to drive home your points.
We can still take another contribution from the audience. I think there's one right at the back. Please try to get a microphone with that's actually charged. At the back to your right.
This is a request to big panelists and the organizers. With the funding, It's not that we don't have funding in the Africa or in Ghana here, but the problem is that those who fund the funding structure are always in big capital. Sometimes you see that they are giving funding to youth, but $2 million, and the requirement, you cannot meet it. So my request is that we are in Africa, and some of the way we do our things can never be like Asia or Europe or somewhere. And most of our organizations here are young organizations. Most of them are started up. So I am appealing to the organizers and especially our development planners here and our researchers here that when they are meeting our international partners and they are developing funding structures for us, it shouldn't be the $2 million, the $3 million, $5 million. When the money is big, the requirements are also big. So we want monies like the $10,000, the $5,000, which we can meet the requirement, then we will grow. When we grow, we may not even come to you. We will find our own way of swimming in the waters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just got a signal from the timekeeper that we are over time, so I'll give one opportunity for anyone who wants to respond to any of those. Just one. Is that okay? Just one. 1 minute for everyone or 1 minute in total? 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yes, so she spoke about not everyone wanting to be mentored and all of that, and people want to find their way out. But I'll always say that try as much as possible to learn from others, even if you are like someone who wants to walk on your own path, because you can't go alone. That's the truth. You have to always look at those who have gone ahead of you to be able to do better. My last words to every young person out here who is in this room. I'll always say that anytime you get the opportunity to do something, either freely, like voluntary work or anything, please just do it and do it well. Because some of these things build you up or prepare you for the journey ahead. All the big people you see, I'm sure they started from somewhere. So when you see some of these opportunities, take it up very well, give it your best shot, and prepare yourself for the journey ahead. That's all I think I would want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the issue is, if it's an youth-led event, you make us hurry. You tell us 1 minute, 1 minute. No, I'll use two. So, young people in the room, let us be bold, because I remember my first day at United Nations complex in Nairobi. I was there were lots of ambassadors, and I kept on saying, I'll talk to one, I'll talk to one. I ended up going home talking to none. And I regretted, because I was like, he's there with no bodyguards, and I never talked to them. But the next time I went, I started talking. I knew and read the concept papers of the event you are going to, learn, research, check the speakers who are coming, be prepared with questions. You can ask top 3 trends that made our daktari here buy that suit. I want to afford it next year. So you ask them, you start, you build a conversation, and that's what we learned from our session from Monday to Tuesday. Secondly, when UNEP was celebrating its 50 years, I was part of the global task force, Stockholm Plus 50 global task force, and being selected from grassroots community, I was so happy. I did a party. We celebrated the whole night, our community, because their son was going to Sweden and represent their voices, you see? And I knew I had an assignment. I didn't want to go there and sleep. And we did a robust youth engagement, and we were the biggest, like the largest delegation to Sweden. We were 40 young people. Some young people were receiving their passport and visas in 3 days because of negotiation. Be a great negotiator, because it might land you good things, it might make you go places, and that made our government. Uhuru Kenyatta was there, our former president, and he realized we were 40 young people. He said, hey, I must meet these people, and I was happy seeing my president. I was really happy. My community were proud of me. They were even telling me, go for governor, rally now.
Okay, your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you. So let us be bold, let's push them. Because in Africa, young people, we are 75% of the African continent. We are going to do that. And if they don't invite us in rooms, we'll bring our foldable chairs, because nothing for young people, because there is not, you can't form, there is nothing, what we usually say, nothing for young people without young people. Thank you very much.
Chinwe?
I will vote for you for governor. I think you make a very passionate speech. Okay, for me, really, it's, I think we need to create more awareness, more advocacy, and then lastly, it's seizing the opportunity. So not long ago, we had a small grant to even empower women in the renewable energy space. We didn't even find the women. So the grant was there to train, but it was even difficult to even find 30 women that were, willing to go through this training. So I think, as a continent, yes, there's a lot of difficulty. We need to be resilient. We need to also prepare and be ready to take these opportunities when they come, so we can grow and pull ourselves, out of the mud. Thank you.
Oh, I'll give you 1 second.
Okay, it's over already. I just want to take the opportunity to address the point that my brother in the about compliance criteria for donors and how they source. So let me talk about a story that happened years ago. When we developed what we call inclusive governance strategy from the Hewlett Foundation, we have priority countries, right? Ghana, Kenya, Senegal, Mexico, and a few other countries that where we fund. When we launched the strategy, we were very excited and we were ready to implement it. So what I told my team is, let's be serious. No matter how the process of developing that strategy was inclusive, we still were writing it from somewhere in the Silicon Valley in California. How can you go now from there and implement a strategy in a few countries in Africa? So what we did is we partnered with local consultants in each of those countries to help us localize the strategy, make sure that every single outcome in the strategy made sense for country stakeholders that we were targeting. And then also capture all opportunities and partners, potential partners from those countries. And they get back to us. Guess what? I would say 90% of the opportunities, and particularly the stakeholders that we could support, they were not able to make it given our compliance criteria, because most of them were not even organizations. They were not even formalized. Most of them were social movements and very, very community-based organizations. So what we did is we've said we still want to implement, but let's partner with what we call intermediaries and make sure that those intermediaries are based in those countries. They know the environment, they know the ecosystem, they know the struggle that those organizations or groups were going through. And they were even able to provide them, beyond the funding, the type of institutional support and capacity support that they needed. And one criteria I made sure that we had was call for proposal won't be the only way of sourcing grantees. Let's tap on community radios. Let's tap on municipal forums and existing, let's say, local framework for them to be reached out, for them to be able to even send a proposal that was not written, that is a video, that was like a recording or something like that, and make sure that we make flexible our reporting criteria for them to be able to do their work. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Medase.
Give them another hand, please. Yeah, I wish I would be as passionate as they are. Yeah, it's clear that youth are no longer our spare wheel, but our steering wheel. We hope that in our programming we can think more deeply about how youth can lead. I'm speaking as one who is young at heart. Yeah, before we go to the next session, recently I met some young people from can I call it North Central Kenya, who are leading conservation efforts for dryland, forest management. Young people between 20 and 30. They are using a model for, managing their forests, managing their ecosystems using local knowledge. So they have created a system where they govern themselves. It's called RAMAT model. If you're interested, you can look it up, R-A-M-A-T. Very interesting. And they are really driving it. And they have already, I think, conserved or restored more than 400 hectares rather. So I was really inspired, and I hope that when I grow, one day, I'll do the things some of our young people are doing. Our next presentation is a plenary panel discussion. We hope it will be as electric as this that has just ended, on climate-smart agriculture innovations, adaptation and resilience. The moderator for this panel is Elaine Johnson, Mickey Leland International Hunger Fellow, ACDA and VOCA, and FAO World Forum Youth Representative. Welcome, Elaine Johnson.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope nobody's experiencing an afternoon crash or any jet lag, because we are going to discuss innovation, which is a very exciting topic. So yes, my name is Elaine Johnson. I work with the Ghana Market Systems Resilience Project. We're based out of northern Ghana, and we work on strengthening about 12 different agricultural value chains. So I'm based out of Tamale. Tamale means the land of Shea, so that's your fun fact for the day. And I just wanted to first appreciate that Dr. Betty Anand before lunch recognized all the farmers in the room, because whatever innovation or technology or even project that we talk about, it's only really going to matter if it is accessible and valuable to our food producers. So I'd also like to urge whoever can and is able to visit the north and to visit Tamale, because this is a place where climate resilience is very much an everyday conversation, especially with the youth, like my colleagues who traveled with me, who are trained climate change champions and are doing amazing work. So that's my plug for what we do at MSR, and I will now invite up our 5 panelists. So starting with Ms. Sophie Javers, who is the head of Strategic Engagement and Partnership Initiatives. Yes, at the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Markets, Risk, and Resilience at UC Davis. She's been in this role for nearly a decade now, spearheading strategic engagement and partnership initiatives, and we'll be hearing more about her work. Next up, we have Mr. Archie Jarman, who is the Associate Director at the Horticulture Innovation Lab, also at UC Davis. So the Innovation Lab for Horticulture is focused on improving smallholder producers' lives through horticulture. And Archie has over a decade of experience working in international agriculture and working with global partners to strengthen value chains. Next up, we have Mr. Kyle Murphy, who is the Director of Innovation Commission for Agriculture, Food Security, and Climate Change at the Development and Innovation Lab at the University of Chicago. So you can welcome him. So previously, Kyle worked on heading the funding initiatives at JPAL and has a master's degree in public policy from Michigan, and served as an agricultural extensionist and volunteer with the U.S. Peace Corps in Nicaragua. And now we have Dr. George D. Forpeau, who is the CEO of Participatory Development Associates, Inc., Liberia, and also works... and was also the former Deputy Minister for Regional Development, Research and Extension at the Ministry of Agriculture in Liberia. Okay, and we also have Ms. Seyram Awushi Agbamenya, who is the head coordinator of climate and energy programs at the African Capacity Building Foundation. If she can come up. So Ms. Agbamenya is an environmental scientist and development program professional with over a decade of experience and in-depth understanding of the design and implementation of development interventions aimed at building the capacity of African institutions in AU member states. Okay, so we have many questions to get through and a lot of experience to share here. So I'd like to kick it off first with asking all the panelists to share, because climate-smart agriculture is a bit of a broad concept, and it's evolved a lot over the last few decades. So I'd like for each of you to share from your own experience and background your perception of CSA. If we can start with Kyle, or sorry, Archie, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Definitely honored to be here. That is an excellent point in terms of climate-smart agriculture, meaning a lot of different things and in a lot of different places. I wanted to highlight just a couple of trends that I feel like are really, in this space, I think we're well aware of these trends, but historically, they haven't gotten as much attention as they're getting now that I consider climate-smart agricultural approaches. This focus, or a renewed focus in terms of soil health, is incredibly important in terms of climate-smart agriculture. It has not always been at the forefront of our approaches. We've looked to synthetic inputs to increase yields for a long, long time. Hopefully you can hear me. And I just, the enthusiasm that's surrounding, that itself has a lot of different terms, and regenerative agriculture, conservation agriculture, but the idea of not just thinking of the yield for tomorrow, the yield for this immediate season, but thinking about the yield that was going to be 3 years from now, 5 years now, based on the health of the soil, is incredibly valuable repositioning that's happening within climate-smart agriculture that I think we can really harness. Of course, with soil health, you're thinking about water conservation, you're improving the biome of the soil, you're thinking of diversity within your cropping patterns, and all these things are going to be building resilience in terms of climate-smart agriculture. The other one fairly near and dear to my heart is the focus on post-harvest loss and waste. Although this is not like square within the realm of climate-smart agriculture on the production side, it is a critical focus that we need to continue advancing. There was a long period of time where international work had research in terms of agriculture, and then a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage was in post-harvest loss research. And then, so you're looking at 20 to 70% losses specifically within perishable horticulture crops. That is a complete waste of inputs that can increase greenhouse gas emissions. It's a complete waste of labor, and it's a complete waste of potential nutrition. And not only that, of course, it emits high levels of methane. So this new focus that is on the post-harvest side that's happened over the course of maybe 5 or 10 years is another incredibly important shift in terms of climate-smart agriculture that I hope that we continue to build upon. And then the last one I will plug is indigenous vegetables. So we have, working with the University of Ghana here and also with Calro in Kenya, doing a significant amount of research into indigenous vegetables. There has been a shift there where now in Ghana and Kenya, the returns at the market are fairly high for those vegetables. COVID is maybe a silver lining to COVID, a tragic situation, but there is an increased awareness about the medicinal and health properties of these indigenous vegetables. And not only do many of them not only have the nutrient content, but they also have the adaptability to grow in areas that are experiencing significant climate change. So I hope in terms of climate smart agriculture, there's continued research in that area looking at, it's strange to call it an innovation, but returning to these varietals that offer significant opportunities to be able to grow in drought or flood conditions that can really provide nutrition security versus just food security around the world. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be brief. I think one way to think about kind of climate smart agriculture is not to think necessarily about the individual innovations, but to actually kind of think about how these different innovations work together. And I'll talk maybe a little bit more about this, but I kind of think about it as climate smart agriculture being a key ingredient in a delicious resilience cake, so to speak. And what we need is to kind of think about the other ingredients collectively and fully understand how they all mix together properly so that when we take our cake out of the oven, it doesn't fall flat. So I think one of the things that I'd like for people to increasingly consider when they think about climate smart ag is how those kind of usually more agronomic innovations, how they intermingle and how they complement other existing innovations like financial mechanisms that we could maybe make a fluffier cake in the end.
First, I'd just like to thank Dr. Amaya for inviting me here, and it's been really nice to see this event grow and all of the great work that ICE is doing. On climate smart agriculture, I'm not sure how much useful I have to say directly on it, other than I'm not sure how useful it is as a term itself. I think all agriculture needs to be climate smart, and things that are labeled as climate smart are often suffer from low take-up for very good reasons. Farmers are smart, and many of the technologies can be productivity decreasing or otherwise unprofitable. And I think the real key is looking at things that are sustainable solutions, figuring out how to align incentives for them to be profitable, and testing an iterative approach to make sure things are taken up and that they have a real impact.
Okay, I would like the use of the space to greet my fellow Liberians at home and abroad. Tomorrow marks Liberia's 177 years. I wish you happy independence in whichever space of the world you find yourself. My concept on climate smart agriculture is that climate smart agriculture is not a new phenomenon, but it is the way it is being packaged now. And that packaging inculcates series of little details. So for example, climate information. How do we generate climate information? And what do we do with climate information? Today, I was in a section and I saw two young persons from Ghana who made an imprint on me that the whole concept of climate smart agriculture needs to be approached holistically. And if we're going to approach it holistically, we should also look at the presentations that were, some of the presentations that were made concerning different research and different studies. We have volumes of studies that are available, but what is lacking is context-specific research tailored to particular interventions. And that is something that we need to start working on. That is my perception. Also, having worked in the area of extension for about the last 6 years as the head of extension services, I think when we talk about extension, we are quick to run inferences on farmers. But does extension only apply to the farmers at the field? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. What's about our policy architects? What's about our implementers? Do they have the kind of understanding of the extension services that will help us to mitigate climate impact, climate change impact? If our answers are not or yes, then we need to have a tweak in our approach. The kind of policies being formulated, we have volume and volumes of policy that have been packed, but how do we translate those policies into actionable programs that look at specific details from different landscape, from different environmental consideration, from different crop variety in terms of resilience and adaptation? And of course, we need to consider the inclusiveness. Yesterday, we talked about intersectionality. So at this point, do we consider the gender dynamics that come to play? Do we consider the social dynamics of people with disabilities? When I work as a deputy minister, I have a case where we have visually impaired coming to apply for agricultural grant. And just at the reception, they were almost expelled. Unfortunately for those who were trying to expel them, I was coming in the office, and then I saw these two ladies and 3 men visually impaired. They say, we heard that the Ministry of Agriculture has agricultural grant, and so we are in the cassava value chain. So we came to apply for the grant. I was stuck for a movement. How did they get to the idea that they even needed support and that they mustered the courage? And so I took them straight in the conference room, and I brought all of the key actors. And I was able to second specialists to help them develop their proposals. Instead of us accepting the proposals, we develop it. And in part of their proposal, I realized that Sierra Leone, which is our neighboring country, has a very good agriculture program for visually impaired. So we included a training package and brought in 2 persons from Sierra Leone. At the close of the year, when we went for our National Agriculture Fair, they won the cassava value chain. Today, they are not just producing cassava and processing it into either banku or different kind of things. They're turning cassava product into even gin. They're facing whiskey. They're producing whiskey, etc. So the way we approach our climate smart agriculture innovation and adaptation resilience needs to be a little bit retailored. And we should also look at the overall governance issue, which we hang from the top. When the governance issues, those governance actors have a full understanding of what we say, and if they can have a full buy-in, then we are headed to the process. This is my take as extension fellow in the area of agriculture and looking specifically at climate smart agriculture, innovation, adaptation, and resilience.
Okay, so for me, when I think about climate smart agriculture, I think about building resilient agricultural systems. Then I also think about who the players are in these kind of spaces when we talk about climate smart agriculture. And I like what the last speaker just said about a holistic approach to climate smart agriculture. This is very important because we have to break it down to look at who the various players are what are the needs of these players, what are the capacities of these players, and how can we support them? So that is the first thing that comes to mind when I think of climate smart agriculture. I also think about how do we sustain these agricultural systems? So how do we build resilience not only in the agricultural systems, but building resilience in the players to make sure that they are able to sustain the systems? And I think it's something that I'll go deeper in as we talk on this panel. Our speaker also mentioned policies and strategies, and I think it should go more to creating an enabling environment for all the actors to be able to play their roles adequately. And what does that mean? How does the policy space look like? We have a lot of policies, but how do we translate them to be effective and to be workable? Then finally, I also will think about or talk about how do we scale up these innovations? How do we create opportunities for scale up? We do not have to reinvent the wheel. I believe in Africa we have a lot of innovation, but how do we create the space for these players to link up, and how do they scale up? And then the issue about funding also comes up. So how do we provide funding or spaces to access funding? And how do we prepare these players to also access funding? It was interesting, the last question that came from the last panel where a young person was saying, you always raise the bar for funding, and we are not able to reach that bar. And I would think, how do we prepare ourselves? How do we prepare the players, the young people, the farmers, to be able to attract or access that funding? So for me, I think in a nutshell, it is also about what are the holistic approaches to climate smart agriculture. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for all the responses. I'd like Kyle to talk a little bit about the work of the Innovation Commission and what are the criteria that the Commission uses to identify a climate smart agricultural innovation, and maybe a recommendation on how to scale that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this does tie pretty closely to thinking about funding and the right kind of funding for the right stage at which a particular innovation is. But for some background, the Innovation Commission for Climate Change, Food Security, and Agriculture is a high-level commission. It's made up of former heads of state, cabinet ministers, and leaders from NGOs, international organizations. The Secretariat is hosted by the University of Chicago, where I work. It's chaired by Professor Michael Kremer, who's a former E2A speaker and Nobel laureate. We're trying to take a rigorous science-based approach to identify innovations with evidence of impact and cost-effectiveness, and then building on a lot of really great evaluation work, developing concrete actions to transition them to scale in partnership with governments, firms, and NGOs in lower and middle-income countries and with international institutions. So we try to identify promising areas for innovation that are currently underfunded and propose mechanisms to promote innovation development, testing, and scaling. When we talk about innovation as well, we're thinking very broadly with the economics definition, meaning anything that enables more value to be created with fewer resources. So this includes biological innovations like improved seed technologies, social innovations like new models for social service provision or adaptive social protection, technological interventions like improved weather forecasting, et cetera. So to identify this list of innovations, we've taken an inductive approach. So we by no means mean to identify everything that's the universe that might meet our criteria, but are trying to build some examples to show that here are some fundable things and the steps you could take to transition them to scale. So we reviewed the literature, conducted consultations with a range of experts and stakeholders, and we've adopted a fairly strict criteria for classifying innovations as ready to transition to scale. So in particular, we're focusing on things where there's rigorous causal evidence, usually from experimental impact evaluations and other causal identification strategies, but both of the impact of the innovation itself. So does it have an impact on farmers' incomes, on resilience, on measures like that, and value for money, but not only of the innovation. So you might see in the field that a drought-tolerant seed variety has some kind of protective benefits, but also for policies to increase its adoption. So we've also made judgments about whether there was a plausible pathway to scale. So I'd be happy to share more of this. We don't have a ton public right now, but we've developed cases for several innovations meeting these criteria. To give one example of something that we think of as ready to transition to scale is collateralized lending for assets such as rainwater harvesting tanks. So collateralized loans are standard in high-income countries, for example, for mortgages and car loans. However, smallholder farmers in most low and middle-income countries can't obtain them to finance resilience investments. So farmers need reliable access to water for domestic use and for livestock, and especially for dairy production. And climate change is exacerbating the incidence of dry spells. There's good experimental evidence showing that rainwater harvesting tanks can reduce the burden of water collection on women and girls in particular, and increase productivity and climate resilience. But the upfront purchase price makes them largely inaccessible. When a financial institution in Kenya adopted a collateralized lending model, loan demand increased from 10 to 20-fold with no meaningful change in lending risks. So farmers were able to borrow to buy water tanks, sold more milk to the cooperative, including income losses during dry spells. And we see a clear path for scaling this within Kenya and beyond. I'm happy to go into, I don't want to take too much time, but
No, that's great.
Some other examples include digital agriculture, index-based livestock insurance, adaptive social production, and others.
Great. Yeah, and we'll definitely touch back later on the bundling of like financial and agricultural services. I wanted to touch back on something Sairam said about the bar for funding being raised. So can you talk a little bit about what ACBF does to increase and build capacity to create that type of enabling environment?
Okay, thank you for that question. So ACBF, amongst its 4 pillars, so it focuses on building capacity for climate smart agriculture, working through 2 different partners, or what we call state actors and non-state actors. So we have interventions that are developed or designed specifically for state actors, which are your RECs, which are your member states, AU member states. And we work with them specifically to build their capacity to develop bankable projects that are able to attract funding. What are the elements that they need to look at in terms of developing those projects? Also on the angle of non-state actors, we work with MSMEs, small, medium enterprises. We work with farmer groups, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, to also build capacity across different areas. So in building capacity, we focus on functional capacity building, because we understand that for these institutions to be sustainable at what they do, they need to be strong themselves. So when we talk about resilience, we look at resilience at agricultural systems, but we also look at institutions' resilience. And it's something that we've started looking at even more in the aftermath of COVID-19, when we found out that many African institutions were really suffering. So how do we build resilience of these systems? We are looking at the governance systems of these organizations. We are looking at how they even consider diversity. How are these organizations also looking at digitalization of their systems? How are they monitoring and measuring impact and what they are doing? Then also we support what we call developing of catalytic climate adaptation programs. What we do with these institutions when we build capacity is to first of all generate evidence. So I was excited to be associated with this event to understand really when we talk about evidence to action, because it's a similar approach that we're trying to adopt, where we generate evidence in the areas where these organizations work and support them to develop programs or projects that will be able to attract funding, but also they can scale up. And then the last level that we do is also creating learning platforms. So how do we bring these different entities from the different parts of the continent to learn, to share lessons, and not to reinvent the wheel, because other people are doing great things, they face challenges. How do we discuss those challenges? So we facilitate these platforms with these players that we work with. So this is some of the ways that we do that as ACBF. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'd like to come back to Sophie to ask a little bit about the different types of agricultural and financial services that are being bundled, kind of what Kyle was discussing before.
Sure, happy to. So I'm a representative of the USAID-funded program, the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Markets, Risk, and Resilience. And we are a research consortium. So just to kind of put that out there, you know, that we're coming at these questions from a particular kind of research and academic kind of slant, so to speak. So I just wanted to kind of set that. So a lot of, kind of going back to my cake metaphor, a lot of what we've been learning around these individual innovations is that we can get so much more out of them if we consider how they might work together. And so one example that I can give is a project that we funded, well, quite some time ago now. So it's across 5 years in 2 countries, Mozambique and Tanzania, and across 5 different agroecological zones. And so a very rigorous kind of randomized controlled trial that was done. And what the findings were, well, so I'll go back to the question. The question was, we're dealing with maize seeds, and we're dealing with farmers that when they're impacted by, say, a mid-season drought, their production values drop by, say, 25%. And then when you have a severe drought, you have production dropping by, say, 40%. So these are major impacts, but the common tools to kind of mitigate some of those risks can't handle both of those, right? So you have, so kind of what we initially tried to put together was if you have the drought-tolerant seeds that have been created, they are handling very well, in fact, the risks that, or the effects of the mid-season drought. So you can cover those with the seeds. But that's fairly mild and fairly frequent, unfortunately. And then you have the catastrophic drought, which, these drought-tolerant seeds are tolerant, but not, they're not perfect. They're not drought, resistant completely. So they fail at a catastrophic drought level. And so you need something else to protect that farmer risk. So that option could be insurance. And so what insurance does well is covers that kind of infrequent kind of catastrophic risk. The drought-tolerant seeds are great for covering the mid-season droughts, those milder risks. And so if you think about them individually, that's great. If you just have a farmer who takes up those drought-tolerant seeds, he's going to see benefits. And if you have a different farmer somewhere else that just has this insurance, they're going to see benefits. But what we discovered was, well, if we put them together, kind of the impact of what they're doing kind of is greater than the sum of their parts. And that's really something that I think as a message, would like to make sure we kind of get out there, that when you think kind of really thoughtfully about how these interventions might work in conjunction with each other and how they might complement each other, you can really see some pretty incredible results. And in this particular case with the drought-tolerant maize and insurance combination, what we saw was that after a shock, and this is quite a bit of what Michael was talking about yesterday, but after a shock, those that had both risk mitigating mechanisms were able to not just recover to where they would have been had there not been a shock, but in fact, because of the confidence that they had for having this risk coverage, they were actually able to kind of make more on-farm investments and actually kind of rise beyond that initial kind of line. So there are other examples, maybe we'll have time to get into them, but there are other examples of being able to see the potential of the complementarities between innovations, and I think that's a space that we have not yet fully explored, and I think that's definitely a gap that we need to continue to investigate. Thanks.
Super, thanks so much. So I'd like to ask Dr. Forpeau, if you've seen some of these complementary solutions being taken up, what the impact has been based in your work across West Africa, or what has the most kind of successful agricultural innovation been that you've seen?
So one of the most successful approaches that we adopted And most time when people talk about funding, we tend to be looking outside. But one of the approaches that we adopted was using local knowledge. And the use of the local knowledge was we have a blend of rest and fish farming, working with Africa Rest and World Fish. So we have a pilot project in which we were able to work with some farmers, and those farmers integrated rest and fish farming. The results shows that because of the fish manure, you produce 3 times the normal harvest that you would have had. And it also reduces the time for wheel harvest because the fish fill in the pool and eats all the wheels that are there and the little insects. So as part of my experience, I've always learned for the use of local knowledge and collaboration as a way of harnessing resources mobilization. Today, that project, which was a pilot, has spread across the country. And one of the advantages it also carries is along the trenches of the bombs, we'd also do horticulture. So it keeps the family together while the children are looking at the horticultural side. The mom and dad are busy also with the rice. It keeps the family together. Not only is it giving them more money, but it increases the family bond and make agriculture more user-friendly for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. So yes, on the horticulture side, I want to come back to Archie. My ears kind of perked up when you started talking about investment in indigenous vegetables. So I want to know, have you seen any example of a locally led approach that has scaled in terms of like a horticultural innovation?
I will say that in building on the efforts of the MRR lab too, MMR's all-in local-led approach was really at the edge of, I also work at similar kind of, well, we both work for innovation labs. We're on the research side, funded by USAID, and the all-in efforts were on the cutting edge of this local-led approach that is now really starting to pick up within these innovation labs. And right now, I'd say we have a successful model in terms of this local-led approach and adoption through the University of Ghana, where we, in the past, have funded a U.S. university that then worked with a local organization. Now we're working directly with the University of Ghana to conduct this research into the varietal trials of different AIVs, establish a database of those AIVs, and then also develop value-added products that meet consumer demand of those AIVs. And we see a huge amount of potential in this approach because, and this came up in an earlier discussion, that the solutions are context-specific. We feel like they are discussing like scaling and sustainability, that the innovations that can be driven from the global north, from UC Davis, for example, can be out of place, inappropriate, not quite suitable, and having this local-led research increases the likelihood of those innovations being appropriate and ready for scaling and adoption. And then finally, it establishes that, we're discussing here in terms of sustainability, scaling, and bundling, these very strong kind of global networks where, global research that is international can be supportive rather than leading, and the local-led effort is driving the research on the ground. So I think here in Ghana, we're seeing the fruits of that labor. And yeah, we use fruits of that labor a lot as a joke in the Hort Lab.
Great, thanks so much. Now I want to ask a little bit about some of the digital solutions that we could look at, again, bundling with the types of innovations and other, this could be either for Sophie or Kyle. I'll pass the mic back.
mean, we're definitely, amongst our kind of research portfolio, we have kind of a sub-focus on the potential for digital innovations. And there are quite a few projects are kind of digging into some of those questions around kind of meeting the need of this knowledge gap that we see. We listened to several different presentations over the course of the last day or so that talk about extension agents being 1 to 3,000, for example, in Malawi. And so, there's definitely excitement around the idea of using digital technology as a way forward. I think one thing that we have been seeing is that while we're doing research, there is also this kind of concern to make sure that we're keeping in mind how to make sure that this kind of rush towards digital innovation doesn't leave anyone behind, and that we're kind of with these innovations. So we're testing kind of a digital horticulture market app. We're testing the way that IVR voice messaging can be used to increase nutritional information. This is here actually in Ghana. And there's all sorts of really exciting ways that we're kind of testing that potential for digital, but I think there's still some caveats to be aware of as we use it.
Yeah, thank you. To add a couple things on there, I think it is very important in terms of climate smart agriculture to be thinking about digital information or information in general. With climate change, indigenous sources of knowledge or about traditional signs of when a pest outbreak might be happening are not as useful over time, and farmers need new sources of information. There's good evidence that farmers respond to digitally disseminated information about weather and soil chemistry and pest management. So for example, in East Africa, in Kenya, it was a study, farmers who received SMS messages were 22% more likely to adopt agricultural lime for acidic soils. There's good evidence from Bangladesh on pest alert system for potato farmers in Bangladesh, where there was a 7% increase in yields. And where one thing to keep in mind with digital agriculture, though, is there are a lot of platforms out there. It's a very, very fractured space, and there are a lot of things reaching tens of thousands of farmers, where the real promise of the technology is that it's highly scalable. One thing that we've been working on at the Innovation Commission is starting simple with something that farmers demand in seasonal weather forecasts, and using that as a base to build the roles that you need and the familiarity with the system to start building on additional services from there, rather than trying to build everything at once and reach a small number.
So basically, we approach the use of digital agriculture by just basically giving basic training on how information can be disseminated, and we have a very good success story wherein our farmers were trained on the infestation of armyworms, and we have different parameters and numbers assigned. So given the movement of those armyworms, a number will be tested to the extension officer, which gave a clearer story as to what is being happening on the ground and how an intervention could be done based on the information that being received on the number, whether it was number one, where the worms were just moving around, or number two, they were eating crops or sweeping the whole farm. All these different means that are the little basic things that we ensure that has helped us in our extension service provision, which is now being also incorporated in most of the services that are being provided across the country, and is being supported by the different kinds of training of making sure that we can have a hands-on on the service provider using the digital information system.
Great, thank you so much. So I'd like to know a little bit from Sophie. So beyond seeds and insurance, what other types of things can be bundled to really focus on climate resilience, especially in the context of Ghana and Sub-Saharan Africa?
I know we're getting later in the day. We've got some nodding heads. So yeah, I mean, to kind of further the argument around, kind of thoughtfully considering innovations kind of more comprehensively or more in a more holistic way. I mean, we've definitely been trying to find those other opportunities to connect and integrate innovations. In one case, in northern Kenya, we're working to kind of, it's a slightly different conceptualization of this bundling, but take a graduation program and then insurance. So in that way, we're looking at kind of the money that you're investing in a fairly intensive kind of training system through this graduation program, that allows women quite successfully, in fact, to build their assets. But then what happens after you've spent all of this money and all of this time building the assets of these women, and then a shock happens, right? You're going to knock out all of those gains. And that money that you've invested or time that you've invested is also wiped out. So how do you protect, so how do you kind of combine that effort of working on a very successful kind of mechanism of graduation? How do you combine that with something else that could protect it? So in this case, we're testing how the combination of a graduation program with insurance is going to work to build the assets in the first place and then protect the assets. And so again, it's just another way of thinking of how, and in fact, as we're kind of starting to get data in, we're seeing that it does, in fact, the combination of both the training and the asset building program with the insurance as an asset protection program is, in fact, able to mitigate the impacts of a drought on these women that are receiving these services. So, we're really excited kind of about the fact that this conceptualization of really trying to think about how to build and protect, or how to kind of mitigate certain areas of risk and others, kind of to create a much broader swath of space where farmers or women, businesswomen are able to feel protected, I think is really important, a really important element into being able to kind of find that pathway to resilience. So that's another example that we're researching in northern Kenya now.
So one last question, this goes for all the panelists. So looking at the agricultural innovation ecosystem that we are all part of, if you could redesign it from the ground up, what would be your top 3 priorities? Who would like to start? All right.
So if I'm designing an agricultural, agro-smart innovation and resilience adaptation program, my emphasis will be based on awareness raising of all the actors that are involved at the different levels of the engagement. The second part will be training and capacity building also at the different levels, so that not only for the farmers, but even for the policy architects and those who are implementing the projects. And of course, lastly and most importantly, we will be robust on the kind of way we design our programs. The way you design the program contributes to how programs are implemented, how programs are monitored, and how the reports are generated, and overall how the reports also being disseminated. That is also key. Thank you.
Okay, so just to build on that, so to start with, I'll say capacity building, but I think he said that extensively. I will talk about funding. And if I were to build a system for Africa, I will start from funding and say we should develop funding mechanisms that are homegrown from Africa and works for us as Africans. I think that is the only way that we can get ahead. That's the first step. Then I'll talk about an enabling environment. So we should have policies that incentivize innovation. It is until we have those policies in place, we would not really get those innovations at the scale that we want them to be. So I think that is something that we should also look at critically, and so that's where I'll start. Finally, I'll talk about collaboration and partnership. In our local language in Ghana, they say when you bring a broom together, when you take one piece, it breaks. But when you put it together, you can't break it. So with that notion, I'll say we should work together as Africans across different levels, and that is the only way that I think that we can get ahead if we want to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I have three, but just an overall point being that a lot of things have been tried in global development based on beliefs about what should work. Some have succeeded and some have not, but one way to accelerate that is by integrating learning and focus of investments and test approaches rigorously, just as is done in medicine or by big tech firms. One way to do that is with randomized trials and A/B testing, but an iterative approach to understand what works and stage funding based on that. And another point is just having R&D and innovation funding better linked to the needs of farmers in lower middle income countries. It serves a lot of people very well, but a different focus.
Yeah, I'm glad we're kind of all on the same page here, because I have, just kind of, actually it's the same point, I guess, broken down into 3 sections, but kind of coming from this research background, I'm biased, but I'm going to say research. So if we're, if we're really trying to build kind of a fresh agricultural innovation ecosystem, it needs to have a strong foundation in research, rigorous research that is well-funded, that's prioritized, and that is rigorously tested and evaluated as well. I think that's very important. And I think building off of that, I'd also love to see this foundational piece of this ecosystem research be the kind of research that that people reward when you're creative or when you think outside the box, so that we don't get stuck in the same kind of systems that are either easy or are set in kind of global north, global south dichotomies. So I think, creativity and thinking outside the box when we're looking at that kind of base level of research would be very important. And I think lastly, which I appreciate built into your question, was how do we build this ecosystem from the ground up? And that's actually foundational, so to speak, that it should be from the ground up, from the local level, working with local researchers, working with local communities, and then those communities, those researchers can then collaborate with the international community to better develop ideas, as everyone has already kind of indicated. But I think that's the way that we're going to be able to reach kind of climate adaptive resilience for the greatest amount of people.
I concur with all the comments here. Just to add on Sophie's component about local expertise, having farmers in terms of research, farmers engaged, the end users engaged at the early design of the implementation is critical in terms of avoiding producing a technology that'll never have a chance of being adopted. Thinking about inclusivity at the earliest stages, I know it was mentioned several times, but just making sure you're not reinforcing marginalization that could be within systems. And then I really like this about rewarding creativity. I wanted to add, not necessarily reward, but make it okay to fail. I think that there's a component in a lot of approaches or a lot of innovation. Right now, there's a climate where if you fail, you might not get funding again, and that needs to change. Failing and failing well should be, I guess, in a lot of ways rewarded, and in a way, that those people should not be disregarded in terms of producing the next innovation.
so much. What I really love about this panel is that we kind of went beyond the what and the how of how climate smart agricultural innovation is happening, but rather also answering the question of why are we doing this work and for whom, and most importantly, what's next. So with that, I think we'll do a round of 3 questions really quick. So, all right, we have a lady over here in red. Who else would like to ask a question? All right, over here in pink and here in green. And we'll take you on the next round.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I know it's very difficult when it comes to funding certain projects, when it comes to agriculture. Everybody wants accountability, and of course, where every amount of money is going, you would like to know what it was used for and whether it was used for its required purpose. However, I'm asking this question. Who is a farmer? Is it the person who was awarded the contract or the man who is laboring on the ground? I may step on people's feet with this question I'm asking, but I know that looking forward, there are a lot of people who get the opportunity to get these funds, and they give it to the people who are on the ground. Meanwhile, we are having research. So our method of researching, of course, the people we are awarding the contracts to or the fundings to, they deserve it. They have acquired their lands and then they have the means to go for it. And so if they can write a good proposal, why not give it to them? That's good. But I'm also looking at why not also consider the local people out there in your research. We have a research team that goes out there. When they go out there, they go to the field, see the workers that are on the ground, identify what they are doing wrong and what they are doing right. What could be done to help them? Then they can be a funding process as much as the big men who are getting the funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Edward Mate. I'm from the Savannah Agricultural Research Institute. I'm very passionate about rural development. And I've realized that most of the conferences, we come, we talk about, innovations. How can we get innovations to our farmers? And I keep asking myself, why is it that we have so many innovations on the shelf? Why is it not trickling down to the farmers? And I realize that one of the fundamental problems that we have is that most of the innovations that we have, they are not site-specific. Generally, they are so broad. So you have certain innovations that may work in a particular context, but it may not also work in another context. So I think this is an area that moving forward, research, we need to consider. Because those days we used to talk about using 2 bags of fertilizer and 1 bag of urea on a 1 acre, but things have changed. And you ask yourself, do we still continue to use the same type of fertilizers? No. So we need to do more site-specific research so that we can give a more site-specific recommendations. Secondly, I think the area of farmer-led innovation is something that we also have to really take a critical look at because, our farmers are very intelligent and they have been experimenting over the years. So why can't we also pick some of the innovations that they have generated and see how best we can develop it and, disseminate it across, rather than always depending on the externally generated innovations. Thank you very much.
You can do one more. You get to choose which one. One in green.
Okay, my name is Usman from the KNUC Department of Economics, postgraduate student. I think when you were talking, I didn't hear about the limitations that are related to climate smart agricultural innovation. That's one. And if you can give some of them, and how were you able to address those limitations? And then, how can these farmers actually balance the cost of adopting those climate technologies? Thank you.
So we have to respond a little bit to farmer-led innovation and some of the limitations. So who would like to tackle that?
So super quick, I can kind of address two. One would be the farmer-led question, and I think as those of you who have been here kind of listening to the different presentations, there's been kind of a repeat around locally led research, and I think that's one answer would be, you know, if we can't get out into the fields, or if people can't get out into the fields to really access the information that the farmers are producing or that they have to share, perhaps the next best thing is to ensure that people who want to research these questions are fully aware and fully in the context that these questions are being raised. So I think, you know, making sure that locally led research is prioritized is one way to start accessing that information that the farmers have. So I think that's a quick question, a quick answer to that. And then what was the second question? Limitations. Okay, yeah. So we definitely see that, you know, oftentimes with climate smart agricultural innovation, you don't see the benefits until several years down the road. And so it's one of these kind of innovations that, you know, you have to kind of have patience for to see it. But of course, you know, if you're worried about, you know, being able to, you know, have the kind of harvest that will produce enough that you can then put food on your table, you're not going to really consider or prioritize what's going to happen 3 years down the road. So I think, you know, quite a few of the research projects that we're funding kind of look at that kind of time horizon of how to kind of through learning teach about kind of the benefits of climate smart ag that you will reap down the road, and then also kind of figuring out ways to have people better understand kind of those innovations or interventions that are hard to see, like climate smart ag benefits. So I think there's definitely, that's a space for research for sure, to kind of figure out how to overcome some of those limitations that we definitely see with these kinds of innovations.
So I want to speak on farmers-led innovation, and I do agree with you. If we must move forward, we must be able to accept the fact that a farmer knows better sometimes than even the extension agent in terms of the soil type, the kind of planting habit and crop type different. We have most of the cocoa that we grow in Liberia are bought from Ghana. But the transportation facilities in terms of which pressure the cocoa seedings should be under up to the time they will be placed on nursery, the way they should be managed, all those things were not being taken into consideration. We're putting thousands and thousands of dollars every year buying cocoa seed. And a farmer just said, no, because of the different movement, etc., our seeds are not yielding the kind of results. And as a result of that, in one of our projects, the RETRA project, we managed to include
Jerusalem, Jericho. Okay, so we are going to move quickly now. Jerusalem, Jericho. Jerusalem, Jericho. Jericho, Prof. Jericho. Thank you very much. We can take our seats. So what I'm thinking about, and if you allow me, let me call you brothers and sisters. If you allow me, we can continue then take a break for good. I think that if we go, it will be very, yes, Dr. Thomas, yes, thank you. Thank you for accepting. If we go, I think we will have a problem coming back. So, yes. So I think we can have the next 40 minutes, psych ourselves up. I think we've saved the best for last, so that once we finish as we go. Is that okay? Yes, we tried it yesterday. You didn't have your tea break. It worked. I think we can repeat it, okay? So our next session, the last for the day, is on comprehensive adaptation strategies that can enhance resilience to climate change. And I wish to welcome Professor Hugh Waddington, Assistant Professor, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, to take us through. I think this will be interesting. Thank you very much. Give him a hand, please.
Thank you, Bora. Hello, everyone. So Bora's created a great deal of promise for this session. Let's hope we can deliver on it. We literally have somebody on the panel whose first name is Promise. So that will be a good start. So I'd actually like to ask all the panelists to come up. We have 3 panelists, so please all do come up. And we have a round of applause for the panelists, please. Okay, and we also have a panelist online. So do we have our online panelists? Do we have Dr. Martin Prowse? Not yet? He's there? He's not there yet, okay. All right. I'm sure he'll be joining any moment. Okay, so in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you, so I'm going to introduce you, but then I'm going to ask you quickly to introduce yourselves, please. Immediately, yes, come a bit closer. Let's sit a bit closer. My hearing's getting bad. I'm getting old, so thank you. Okay, so immediately to my left, we have Promise Nduku, who's the co-director and evidence synthesis lead of PACE. That's the Pan-African Collective for Evidence. It's gone through a few different names over the years, but PACE is the name they've settled on now. He's based at the University of Johannesburg. So Promise, would you please just introduce yourself quickly?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. My name is Promise Nduku. PACE is based in University of Johannesburg. And the organization, I think, simply put, what is it that we do? We just basically eat, breathe, and dream evidence synthesis. That's what we do at the organization. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you've got mics. Great. Okay. Okay, so next is Dr. Fatou Badiane. And Fatou is a Senior Program Officer at Science for Africa Foundation. So Fatou.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Fatou Badiane. Thank you, Hugh, for that. And I'm a Senior Program Officer at the Science for Africa Foundation. We support research and innovation across Africa and focus on health, climate, and environment, and agriculture. And we are based in Nairobi, so happy to be here.
Thank you very much. And we also have, sitting at the end there, Professor Simon Wagura Nderitu. Simon's the director of the Strathmore Agri-Food Innovation Centre, and he's also associate professor at Strathmore University Business School. So Simon, could you please say a few things about yourself?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Simon Wagura Nderitu, an associate professor of agricultural economics. Sometimes I like saying development economist. I'm also the director of SAFI Center, Strathmore Agri-Food Innovation Center. We are very passionate about pastoralists, and we'll talk more about pastoralism and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have our online panelists. So can we show Dr. Martin Prowse on the screen, please? Hi, Martin. Hi. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Hugh. Hope you can hear me too. Pleasure to be here with you.
Good to see you. Okay, so Martin's an evaluation specialist and in the independent evaluation unit of the Green Climate Fund, that's the GCF. Martin, would you just say a few things about yourself, please, and your work?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Hugh. So, evaluation specialist in the independent evaluation unit of the Green Climate Fund. GCF is the world's largest climate fund and is able to provide the same amount of resources as the other 3 dedicated multilateral climate funds. That's the GEF, the Adaptation Fund, and the CIFs put together. We are an independent accountability unit. We hold accountability and learning mandates. And pleasure to be here with you this evening alongside the esteemed panelists. And back to you, Hugh.
Brilliant. Okay. So thank you very much to everybody. So this is a policy conference. So although this panel, there's going to be people talking about technical things like what does research say about impacts, and that might be a question about what, how, why, for whom, as was so eloquently put in the previous session. But we're going to start with a motivator from Fatou, which is really about why do we do this research? So my question to Fatou, and admittedly, she's very bright and extremely brave because I ask her a very difficult question. So the question is, what do we mean by resilience? So well, it's a two-part question. What do we mean by resilience to, what do we mean by resilience? And how do we ensure that those that are most vulnerable to climate change are supported through research?
Excellent. No, thank you. I think that's a very good question to start off this panel. So when we think about resilience, sometimes we think about in our own lives, moments when we have had resilience, when we have had to overcome a hardship. And I think that's one aspect and one way of looking at it. But at least from our perspective as Science for Africa Foundation, we are looking at resilience a little bit more broadly when we're thinking about things like climate adaptation and agriculture. So we are looking at more long-term acting processes. So this idea of resilience is something that is going to sort of span a bigger picture. So we're going to look at things like risk mitigation, we're going to look at adaptation, we're going to look at prioritization, we're going to look at planning, and we're going to look at investment. So many different things that we think of all together holistically when we think of resilience. Now, we recently just had a call from our Grand Challenges Africa initiative, which focuses on research and innovation that's coming out of Africa all over the continent that is focused on climate adaptation in African agriculture. And for this call, we have selected 8 amazing grantees. ICED is one of them, and we're very happy to be here as well because of that, and to see the work that is coming out of it. But as part of what we're seeing these grantees do, and this goes to the second part of your question, Hugh, is they are supporting agriculture-related resilience models, and they're focusing on data, focusing on data science, and focusing on modeling. And from this cohort of grantees, what we're also noticing in common, even though they're focusing on many different aspects, we have a group focusing on youth and poultry farming. We have groups looking at rural areas and how climate impact is affecting them. We have groups looking at modeling and how is it that we can take all of this data that is present and really solidify it to come out with evidence-based models and evidence-based processes. We're seeing that they are also working with all of the stakeholders that would be impacted by this. And stakeholders is just, I think, a very fancy way of saying those who are going to be impacted by this research. So this means that all of our grantees are looking at what we have called, public engagement with science. How is it that we're not only focusing on the researchers who are in the lab, but also looking at even the farmers who are working in the field and everyone in between? And so what we're seeing from this is that means not only involving them when we are constructing these proposals and these ideas, but also thinking about how they're being targeted and directly impacted by the research. And then also, I think the importance of targeting people and groups of people who are not always involved and giving them some agency and voice in this research. Because at the end of the day, I think that is what is really going to directly affect the impact, and hopefully an impact for betterment and advancement when we're looking at all of this. So I'll just give a couple of quick examples. We have grantees in Rwanda who I mentioned before are looking at youth-led agribusiness and coordinating efforts for how to get information sharing from these different innovations down to the youth and their businesses. So they are, working with universities, they're working with governments, they're working with community organizations, and also the private sector. When we're looking at work from our grantees in Tanzania, and they're looking at the vulnerabilities to climate change that impacts farmers and how to develop early warning systems, they're working directly with those rural communities and how can we build these systems so that they remain accessible to them. So I think resilience, again, is a really big picture, and making sure that we are really connecting with all of the different levels of individuals who are going to be impacted by that, all is a part of this bigger ecosystem that we're building. And that is what's really going to drive the impact and create the change that we're looking for from this work. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatih. Okay, so actually it's very interesting. You mentioned stakeholders, and I think most of our panelists, if not all of the perspective that is coming from this panel will be mainly about agriculture, but it's important to note that climate change adaptation cuts across a wide range of sectors. So it's not just about crops failing or swept away by floods and landslides. It's also about water, so that girls are able to attend school, and they're not and girls and women are not forced to spend hours and hours every day fetching water, for example, enormous cost to economic growth, and it's also about health outcomes as well. So and health changes in, for example, infectious diseases. I've only mentioned that because I didn't introduce myself. My name is Hugh Sharma Waddington. I took my wife's name, so that's where the Sharma. And in order for about trusted actions. So Martin, can you please tell us what do you know about trusted evidence and trusted actions for effective climate change adaptation in Africa? Martin, can you hear us? We're not trusted actions. I'm going to go to Professor Simon now. So Simon, Martin eventually, hopefully, will tell us about the trusted evidence and actions. And I mentioned or as has been mentioned by others, the how, the what, the for whom, and the why. And I'd like you to focus on the how bit. So can you please tell us, how do we get effective technologies used by smallholder farmers and pastoralists in Africa?
Thank you for the question. So this is what keeps most of the agriculture economists awake, adoption question. So why do people make choices in terms of adopting technologies that have been shown to be very effective? And here, remember the typical assumption for this model is that the farmer is rational. It's not stupid. So you have to know if they are not adopting the technology, there must be something. So one of the ways is to ask we relax some of their binding constraints. So for instance, skills and knowledge. So that's one of the ways that you can get technology to be adopted if somebody understands the technology and have the skills. So the how to build the skills, of course, is for us. We have gone to school, so most of the people who learn models on these adoption questions, they find that education is significant. But remember, most of the farmers, they are past going to school. So then the question is, how do you still support them? So there are quite a number of ways that people have been trying to do this. You can have workshop for trainers of farmers. I remember in the morning we had the Agra team presenting about village-based advisors. So you could think of these as trainers of the other farmers. So village-based advisors have been used largely for this regenerative agriculture, which is another way we have baptized climate-smart agriculture, intensive technology that are used in the agricultural space. So there are different terms The previous session was on climate smart agriculture. It's still also something to do with the technologies we are talking about. So when you think about how you get somebody to support the farmers to adopt more, and you're in the village, then one way is you have your own demonstration farm, and when people are passing by and then becomes rumor in the village that his crop is doing better than everyone else, they definitely want to know what you're doing differently. So demonstration plots have shown that to be very effective. Then another way is to ask ourselves, one of the things that we have discovered when we do research in this field is that perceptions matters a lot, particularly on issues of climate change. So if somebody perceives the drought will be bad, the coming season, then they're going to do something. So again, we need to influence the perceptions of these small-scale farmers and even also the pastoralists. I work a lot with the pastoralists. So how do you then again influence perceptions? The extension system has somehow been very slow. It used to do very well in Africa, but in many countries, because of funding challenges, has gone down. So then we need to start supporting these village-based advisors and also more anyone that has potential to influence their neighbors. Think of it that way. Then becomes the model farmer in the village. That way you are likely to increase adoption more faster than all the time having seminars on increasing adoption. The other one we have seen is how do you increase access to information through digital platforms? Of course, these are technologies that, like in Kenya, they have so many of them. But when I talk with financiers, they tell me, as an economist, is there a business model for most of these digital companies that are saying they will increase productivity in agriculture and all that, and yet they're coming to us for a grant? If you're asking for a grant and you're saying this is the best business, then there's a disconnect there. But if these companies can think of, first of all, targeting certain categories of farmers or pastorists who can afford their service, because we all don't like paying for information. It's a standard market failure in economics of information. People believe information should be free. So then that makes it very hard for these digital companies to recoup their cost of investment to be able to pass this information. But one thing that I've been thinking about is for them bundling the service of information with something else, which is the same thing the VBAs are trying to do. They pass the information, but they do a bit we are told inputs, provision. So they also need to figure out how do you bundle the information on adaptation with something else that a farmer will have a higher willingness to pay, maybe input provisions. And then more importantly, we need to offer timely and easy to understand climate information. These early warning systems, for example. So sometimes, of course, also they are also passed through the digital platform. They also need to have a feedback mechanism. So they just don't pass information. They need to have a way of also the farmer communicating to them. In the previous session, somebody was saying we need to have very targeted, localized information. And the best way to get that localized information is for you to continuously get more feedback from the farmer. Remember, agriculture is a science that you need to consistently keep on learning from each other. The farmer is the best experimenter in this world, and they're very patient. So all this experimental knowledge that they get, you build it up again into the model for us to improve the uptake of technology. So the key point for me here on how is getting innovative ways of influencing perceptions, and more importantly, passing the information to the pastoralist and also to the farmer.
Thank you, Simon. Do we have our online participant yet?
Yes, you do indeed, Hugh. I may keep my camera off just now to make sure the connection is stable.
Okay, so let me just repeat the question, so for the audience, because they may not remember it. I know you've got the question. So you're going to tell us about what is trusted evidence, about what are trusted actions for effective climate change adaptation in Africa.
Absolutely. To the innovation. And so the GCF approved around 108 projects in Africa, which is covers around $4 billion of investment. And so GCF provides a lot of resources. It's the largest dedicated climate fund. Do we know whether all of these climate projects are working? Well, we've conducted independent impact evaluations on a number of the 108 projects in Africa, and I'll just now report findings for Madagascar, Malawi, and Rwanda to the conference floor. And Hugh, if I break up, you just have to jump in and continue. So in Madagascar, we worked with the Ministry of Environment and Conservation International to evaluate the SLEM project, Sustainable Landscapes in Eastern Madagascar. And we worked in the last two remaining blocks of forests in part of the country, covering around 660,000 hectares. So the project provided training and inputs to promote climate resilient agriculture and alternative sources of livelihoods, with the aim of enhancing resilience and food security. So the project was based on community-based natural resource management, with the training of local forest. And we ran a cluster randomized phase-in design to measure the short-term effects, 1600 at midline. And what did we found? Well, we found widespread adoption of conservation agriculture, climate-resilient agriculture practices, agroforestry, terracing, drought-resistant crops, storage, saving groups, and off-season rice. We found an increase in ginger production, and also livelihood diversification into non-farm livelihoods and off-farm livelihoods. We assessed food security measures, and we found a reduction in the consolidated approach to reporting indicators of food security. And so on the adaptation side, we felt that the project at midline had been successful in the final outcome, being audible.
Okay, Martin, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we are not hearing you. It's broken up quite a lot. You can hear me.
Okay, well, I can hear you, but if it's breaking up, then I suggest you continue with the
Okay, we'll continue.
Other panelists.
Martin, we'll try to bring you back in towards the end. Hopefully, it will be a bit better. Sorry about the internet connection. So I did catch a lot of the words that Martin said. He said words like community-based natural resource management, CBNRM. He said RCT, and of course he told us about the GCF where he works, very large funder. So we know that I think Martin was going to tell us about a few projects, maybe an RCT and perhaps a quasi-experiment and possibly a systematic review. I'm not sure, but that would have brought us to Promise and Duku, and Promise. Promise is a specialist in something which is very close to my heart and the work that I do, which is evidence synthesis and systematic evidence. So rather than tell you about it, I'm going to ask Promise. So I'm used to answering the questions about systematic evidence, so I'm interested to hear what you say. So my question to you, Promise, is Martin was telling us about the single study, the primary study evidence from RCTs and other sources. What is the value of systematic reviews? and what do they tell us about what works and possibly also what doesn't work for climate change adaptation in Africa?
Yeah, thank you for the brilliant question, and good afternoon, colleagues, once more. Before I dive into answer the question, I think I have to make some few remarks. I'm equally passionate and in love with evidence synthesis as you are, I think, or even more. And one thing that I must say before I dive into my points, I'm quite delighted to be here in Ghana, and I'm very happy that our leadership here, Dr. David, organized the workshop on meta-analysis that was facilitated by Prof. Hugh. I think it gives an opportunity for some individuals who might not be aware of such methods. It's a very powerful method that I will just talk about now. To understand evidence synthesis and more specifically systematic review. So that's a great opportunity, and it is my hope that those who attended will be able to uptake this methodology. But speaking to the value, right, of systematic reviews, it goes back to the idea that you basically mentioned, Prof. You, what, why, how, and for whom. Systematic reviews do answer that question, and I'll explain a bit in a bit why they do that. But also, I think as I talk about systematic reviews, it's also important to acknowledge the gentleman from the previous session who talked about we need site-specific innovations, and context becomes important. And that's one value of systematic review. The systematic reviews, they are able to provide that evidence that is context-specific. Coming back to the value of systematic reviews, so let me just a little bit take it back. The idea is we want to move away from a danger of a single study. We acknowledge that several different individuals here might be involved in many different primary studies, evaluations in whatever form, right? And there's a lot of us here, right? There are also evaluations that are being conducted around the world that we might not really be aware of, right? Similar interventions, maybe different interventions, maybe the exact same interventions. But the question is, so what works? How do you understand what works? And that's the key idea about systematic reviews. It's about understanding the totality of the evidence to answer a particular question. These important questions around what, why, and for whom. And if you look at the methods that go in there, how do we get, to understand the totality of the evidence? It's in the methods. Because systematic reviews are a systematic, transparent way of looking for information, looking for research evidence that is out there globally around a particular topic, and then categorizing that information, analyzing it in such a way that you are able to answer these questions that are burning and have been discussed now. So if you look at the steps of the methodology, there's searching, there's screening, there's data extraction, and an ideal systematic review would have a meta-analysis, becomes a statistical exercise, which is what Prof. Yu was able to present in the workshop. So that's on the value of systematic reviews, right? I can speak, if I had more time, I think I would require maybe 2 hours minimum to talk about systematic reviews, but I have 2 minutes to conclude. But that's in essence the value of systematic reviews. Understand the totality of evidence. It's a method that if you adopt, you could be able to understand and put in one place what everyone else is doing in this room in a similar area. And when it comes to the value that they basically bring, what are the promising interventions that are emerging from these reviews, it's more of a consolidation of what has been spoken about here. But some of the promising areas or interventions around community-based adaptation, integrated water management, sustainable agricultural practices, as well as social protection programs. And as you can see from this, especially in the context of Africa, we need to acknowledge that we are resource constrained, and these interventions then provide a more promising way in which we can promote climate adaptation amongst farmers. But what doesn't work, right, is we also need to consider these top-down approaches, and it relates to what basically Fatu you're talking about stakeholder engagement. We need to involve those who will be affected by climate change in designing these programs. In fact, I hope I'll get a chance to speak about co-production, how we get these systematic reviews to be used by policymakers, and I'll speak more on the approach that we adopt in South Africa as we engage with policymakers. So it becomes important. And fragmented and isolated interventions in the context of Africa would not work. And more importantly, because of us being under-resourced, over-reliance on technologies, yes, they are great, but maybe these interventions will require some farmers or individuals to have smartphones, but maybe possibly they don't have, right? So we can't over-rely on some of these technologies. And then obviously, you know, the lack of funding, inadequate funding and resources. So those are some of the things that don't really work, and I think we should be acknowledged. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Promise. Okay, so you mentioned the word co-production, and I think this kind of possibly circles us back to our to Fatu's initial comments. Fatu's talked about stakeholders, and I think, how long do we have? About 10 minutes? Something like this? Like this, yeah. We want to save a bit of time for questions from the audience. What I would like you all to say something about is about about co-production and how important you see co-production being either in your commissioning process or your processes of doing a primary study, or indeed doing a review. But first of all, Martin, do we have you back?
You do, and the visual is good too. I can contribute a bit perhaps on systematic reviews to follow on from Promise.
Please do. Go ahead.
So we had the privilege of working with Promise on a couple of reviews related to climate. So, for example, on coastal and terrestrial water sector interventions in developing countries, and it was the key co-production aspect was the advisory group, which was composed of different stakeholders from different multilaterals and country agencies, as well as working with Promise and colleagues in the delivery of the systematic review. I mean, the findings were focused on water efficient irrigation systems, which worked, and ecosystem-based management. Both of these stood out as valuable tools for enhancing income and yield, warranting specific attention. So the co-production part started early with the advisory group, working with country agencies, and then also ensuring feedback throughout the process. I hope you can still hear me, Hugh. Back to you if you can.
We hear you, Martin. Carry on. Very loud and clear.
Okay, great. So I'll continue with a further example then. And the additional example, again, we worked with Promise and the SACE team in this case. And this focused on behavioral science interventions within the development and environmental fields in developing countries. So we completed an evidence gap map, but from there we selected particular cells that showed particular saturation to enable us to aggregate effect sizes across countries and contexts to reduce the confidence intervals and get more precision in the estimate. So here we focused on particular behavioral science approaches that can help adoption of interventions and also the uptake and use. So we focused on feedback, reminders, goal setting, salience in communication, and salience in experience design. And we found that Promise and the GCFIU team, along with wider colleagues, we found that feedback and reminders showed very positive effects across countries and contexts as a very low cost route to increasing adoption and uptake and use of a wide variety of interventions. And again, that particular review was also conducted and completed with an advisory group of a wide range of behavioral scientists from different countries, and as well as a very wide team. So a couple of examples there of the benefits of completing evidence gap maps and then systematic reviews and meta-analysis of key cells within the EGM that are saturated and can allow us to move away from single studies to find out what works, and also the factors that moderate effectiveness. So yeah, with that, I'll hand back to you, Hugh.
An example perhaps of a co-production that you've used and what impact that has had on possibly hopefully improving the quality of the research project.
Well, I think that's a very key point to bring about, so thank you for the question. And I think maybe I'll just quickly also touch on why co-production is so important. And for a lot of our grantees, we give them the space to develop and design their projects in the way that they feel, is the most beneficial towards them. And almost by default, many of them choose, co-production processes. And I think a lot of this sort of feeds into having self-awareness and humility that you don't know everything and you don't come with all the answers, and also building trust. And all of that then can feed into how you can influence the final outcomes, right? Because then you're also allowing more people to buy into your process and your project and what you're doing. And at the end, that can drive change. And I think that's why we see so many of our grantees are using this in their work. One example I can give is from one of the climate adaptation in African agriculture projects we have that is taking place in Senegal, where they are trying to understand how local farmers can have more uptake in climate-smart grains and seeds, to grow. And they're trying to really understand what are the perceptions that farmers have, and how is it that we can sort of maybe speak their language a little bit better, maybe tailor some of the information and outputs that are going to be presented in a way that will be more persuasive to have them uptake, some of these climate smart strategies. But also at the same time, I think having some empathy and understanding where the farmers themselves are also coming from, and understanding what is the hesitation, right? And not really kind of driving this model that we're the institution that knows better, but really how can we work together to really build solutions that will be beneficial to everyone. So yeah, I think that's one of the examples I can give in the short time we have.
Thanks, Fatu. Simon, do you have anything to add on you do a lot of work, you were telling me you do a lot of work with pastoralist communities. Do you have anything that you'd like to add on your approach to working jointly with the pastoralist communities?
Yeah, so thank you very much. So one thing we have learned working with the pastoralists is that it's a myth that they don't like selling their livestock. Just be aware, they do. Yeah? So the reason why we have learned this is because our model, we work with the off-takers, and off-takers engage the pastoralists and support the pastoralists to figure out what's derailing their production of getting the animal at the light. When you hear the word quality in livestock, be careful what that means. Generally, it means a young animal, less than 2 years. So they engage them to tell them, you are saying there is no market for your animal, we don't want to buy your animal. It's because you have old animals, that's not what the market wants. So give me a young animal and I'm gonna buy it at this premium price. And then what we have seen from the project is that there is more uptake of selling of the animals, and even now pastoralists engaging into buying fodder. People believe that they only know how to take the animal from one place to another. And that's also now creating a fodder value chain, in those pastoral regions. But all this happens because of trying to work with a coalition of partners, starting from the market. So we know what the market needs, and then use the off-taker, not us from the university going to the pastoralists, tell them this is what the market wants. The off-taker themselves, they drive to those regions. And why do they have the incentive to go do that as an off-taker? It's because they're not meeting the demand side. most of them meet around 30% of the offtake demand. So it's a huge demand, and the animals are not there. The animals that are in the rangelands are too old. Of course, there was a lot of carrying by the drought, but still so many of the old animals that are not yet by the market. So we have learned when people work together and communities, you can easily change a narrative and quickly change the fortunes of the communities, and even more so increase their resilience to some of these droughts that are becoming more common every other year. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've a few moments for maybe 3 minutes for questions from the audience. So we've got one question from the gentleman whose hand shot up right at the back. Perhaps he was doing one of your exercises. Gentleman, I think gentleman in green here. Yep. Gentleman, so let's start with the orange gentleman. Yep, please. Yeah, then we'll go to green. Then we're going to go grey. Do we have any ladies? Chris, any ladies? Okay, those three, please. We'll, if you're okay, we will take the questions all together. So you can have a pen and paper from me. Okay, go ahead.
Francis is my name. Since Monday, a grammar that has been rolling from our conference is smallholder farmer. So I wanted to know why we are not saying farmer, because every farmer is farmer, but that smallholder farmer has been running out throughout the conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is very short one. Yeah. In the conference, I've been hearing much about how the climate change is affecting the agric and whatever. But when it comes to how we are affecting the climate change, I didn't hear anything. The anthropology, I'm coming from the climate center. We know usually when it comes to the rice production alone, the kind of methane and the carbon dioxide it emits is not small thing. So what are we doing there? Have we done any work, or we are maybe taking cognizance of that? Thank you.
Okay, my question will go to the systematic review aspect and the evidence base. Now, you know, the farmer, when you go and tell him the confidence interval is this, he won't be able to understand, or the p-value is that. Now, how will you be able to actually break that bridge between them, and what are the metrics that we can use to evaluate the success, to be able to communicate those reviews or systematic reviews to them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we'll start with
one more. I think we have one more
question. Yes.
Yeah, so I think mine should go directly or indirectly to the organizers. I am surprised that from morning till now, we've been talking about the green aspect. And I believe when I say the green, you understand the farmers, the agriculture. But then currently, ocean is able to absorb 30 to 50% of the carbon dioxide that we emit into the atmosphere. I am surprised we've been talking about climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and what. And no one has even, spoken anything about how ocean is contributing, or it's all about the green and we have neglected the blue. So I would appreciate that probably in the next conference, the blue aspect should be considered as well.
Very good. Okay. So let's start with, thanks for those questions. You can all answer whichever bits you like, but I'm going to start with Simon, since the first question came in was about where are all the farmers, and Simon has probably worked most closely with farmers himself. So go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, so thanks for all the questions. So where are the farmers? Yeah. So the reason why sometimes we focus largely on smallholder farmers, and even if sometimes they're not even in the room, is that most of the time they're not in the table of discussing decision making, and more importantly, they are the most vulnerable. That's why they're called smallholders. They're too small to be able to be considered. Then secondly, if you really want to fight poverty in this part of the world, then you have really to think about the smallholder farmers. Of course, we know in the long run, majority of them should get out of being smallholder farmers, they get into other professional agro-processing in Africa. And this is an important challenge that we have as an African continent. Agro-processing is too low. The other day, you know, when you're visiting a country, you need to know what they are known for. So Ghana is known for cocoa, but not much money we hear coming from cocoa in Ghana. We know of chocolate with other countries that have never grown chocolate. So why are we not talking about our effect? So why are we not talking about in this part of the world? I think we contribute less than 3% or 2% of the CO2 emissions. So even in some political places I've gone when people are talking about climate change, the claim is actually that we should push our contribution to
review, but I think I'll let Promise take that one in. And we'll see. So maybe I'll comment on the two questions that were asking, you know, how are we, I'm assuming as humans, affecting climate change? What is it, you know, that we're doing? What is it that we're doing to address that? And what is the contribution, you know, of the ocean when we're looking at all of this, right? And I think what I would that the gap needs to be filled for what we want to do next. So when we look at these things of what is it that we're doing as people, how is it, you know, that we're kind of combating climate change from, you know, not only agriculture, but also looking at our behavior as humans. What is it, you know, when we look at how is carbon already being captured in our ecosystem? Those are all different points that we take to drive what it is that we're going to do next. So I would say is don't be discouraged by what it is that we're not discussing here, but I think rather be kind of inspired by that is where we need to go next. And there are definitely mechanisms that you can use to push for that. And I would definitely encourage that as well. So thank you.
Right. Thank you for the wonderful questions. Before I respond to your question, if Martin is still here, just to extend my appreciation to for spotlighting our collaboration, and I encourage you to visit the GCF website and look at the reviews that we co-produced, one on behavioral science and one on water and terrestrial interventions. And I think maybe the lady who just mentioned, you know, the importance of oceans and all those elements, you can hear more about, you know, get to learn more about the effectiveness of these interventions. But yeah, coming back to this idea of systematic reviews and presenting the findings, you know, making it, you know, it could be a potential challenge to the farmers. I think one thing that I must say, I think, you know, one of the key values of evidence synthesis in general, if you look at the ethical principles that guide it, is about having, you know, the voices of the voiceless also being heard, right? It touches on this element of co-production, right? But, you know, from a systematic review point of view, there's only, you know, a certain level with which we can go, because we need primary studies to be able to do evidence synthesis, right? So it becomes a challenge to those who are involved in evaluations that will to synthesize, to bring those voices out, right? We need that qualitative evaluation. Please do that for us, right? And then we can understand the barriers and the facilitators to complement, you know, those statistics and the numbers that we have to understand why this worked and why, right? But simply put, in presenting those findings, those systematic reviews, it's not the idea around, you know, the p-values. The challenge in understanding them is not only to the farmers, right? It could be to, you know, someone who's working in a different sector altogether, right? The key idea is how are you presenting those findings? So we produce summaries, right? Plain language summaries that, you know, you can basically really understand. But I just want to come back to the idea of co-production, why it becomes important, right? So it's a whole idea around engaged research. From a primary research point of view, we've heard about the importance of engaging those who are being affected, right? From a synthesis point of view, everything that we basically will be doing from the beginning to the end, we do it with the decision makers themselves. So they shape how the systematic review is being conducted. What areas are you going to focus on? You've heard from Martin here how we co-produced, right? So this is a decision maker. This is a funder. They didn't just give us money and say, go and do your research and just give us the results. We were together from the beginning up to the end. We saw all the challenges that we're facing as we produced the systematic reviews. They were involved in that process. And that gives legitimacy to the systematic review that you are producing. So the same approach we applied when dealing with policymakers. We shape systematic reviews, evidence map with our policymakers. By the end of the day, whoever has commissioned it or the policymakers must also be able to present the results of those products to anyone. Thank you and over.
Thank you very much. So a round of applause to our panel, please. And I think we will wrap up the session.
Thank you, and your team. Give them another round, please. Thank you. You may take your seat on the other side. Thank you. We've come to the end of day 2. Are you glad that we've come to the end of day 2? So we only have 1 half day remaining. Maybe as the ICT set up something, mine is to wrap up this session and say thank you to all our participants, moderators, and everybody who found time to be part of this. I think one of the things, how many of you have internet on you? Internet on your phone? Yes? Thank you. I want you to get out your phones. Thank you. I remove the chairs. Okay. Okay. Somebody. Yeah, but you can also write menti.com. If you type menti.com on your Google or wherever your search engine, it should bring up somewhere where you can put this code. Is anybody succeeding? Menti.com. And then you type that code, 3127. Yeah, then you answer the question. Somebody has already answered the question. Yes. Resilience. Okay. Yeah, let's get more response. I think we can do up to 40, 50. We want to see the beautiful responses. So insightful is coming up very strongly. We have 23 responses. Can we get a few more? Educative. Splendid. What? Yeah, I'm struggling to understand some English here. So insightful is something. And the reason why we are doing this is what David said, that at the beginning, we are doing this to equip people. We cannot bring all farmers to the ICER auditorium, isn't it? But we hope that once we leave here, we will be ambassadors, isn't it? Ambassadors of carrying the message of climate change and resilience. 50 I think we can stop there. Okay. Yeah, I think this is beautiful, isn't it? I've seen youth empowerment, but educative, insightful. The bigger the word, then the more it's being repeated by participants. Policy relevant. Some of you think it's even mind-blowing. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we can do this till the cows come home. But I think this is, in a nutshell, what people are saying, and we hope that we will carry this message to our various areas of operation. So we want to come to an end, and we know that we've learned a lot. You can see some people are really encouraged to keep typing, which is a great thing. maybe two things. One, we have some exhibition booths outside. Some of you have not made an attempt. Some of you are skirting around, skirting around the exhibition. Please spend a few cedis, a few dollars. That will also be great for the local economy, isn't it? Yes, so that we can leave the local economies much more resilient than we found them. Number two, our session tomorrow starts at 8. If you promise to come early, we can promise to finish early. So do we agree that we will come early? We will use the GMT time and not the African time, yes? Thank you. So on behalf of the team, I want to thank you very much, and I also want to thank Hassan Ngombe, who was my co-MC today. And I know tomorrow we'll even have a greater day. So have a great evening. Tea is served, and see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock GMT. Thank you very much, and bye-bye. Give yourselves a hand. Thank you. I also want to thank the MC. Dr. Fora Obebo, I want to thank him so much sincerely. Please. Thank you.